Good to have you with us on part one of our Fox Sports 2 coverage today here on America's Day at the Races. Is brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Terrific weather for the first of 3 days of action where we have 9 graded stakes to come over the next 72 hours. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. And today, 2 races with runners with eyes on the Breeders' Cup later this weekend. That's the Futurity, Grade 3. Runners eyeing that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint and the Grade 3 Weah stablemates reuniting where Surprise ran away with it this summer at Saratoga. We'll see if Idea Generation can back up that race that she stole. That, of course, a prep for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Here's a look at today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the opener on this program. Part 2 of our coverage begins at 2:30 Eastern on FS2, and we'll bring you that Grade 3 Futurity and the Grade 3 Weah on part 2 of that coverage to come. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. It's going to be a fun next 3 days here.
I know, a lot of great racing coming up. Beautiful weather. We've been fortunate with the weather. The stakes look good tomorrow as well, and there's turf, there's dirt, there's anything you could want.
Including, 2 big ones tomorrow. And we'll talk more about those a little bit later on in our coverage with those 2-year-olds in the Grade 1 Champagne and the Grade 1 Frizette, which has changed quite a bit with a huge scratch in there. Senza Parole coming out. Here's a look at the Futurity, though. Later today, race 5, again, part 2 of our coverage. 2-year-olds on the grass, including the full brother to 2-year-old champion Fierceness, this year's Travers winner, getting on the lawn for the first time, Mentee.
Yeah, it feels like a Hail Mary they're being thrown. You know, everybody here is trying to get the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, which is far and away the easiest Breeders' Cup race in theory to win, and they're trying to get there with it. He is a City of Light who's had a lot of success as a turf stallion, especially with sprinters. He's got no pedigree otherwise, and not for me, Mentee, but they're going to take their shot.
Meanwhile, under whose radar got on grass for the first time last start, Juvenile Sprint at Kentucky Downs. Very expensive purse and led just about every step of the way for the win.
And whether you agree or not with this
Before the
DQ
DQ
becomes irrelevant. The horse ran very well. Now, the horse that was placed first was entered here is running, I think, in a tougher field at Keeneland on Sunday, choosing to run in Kentucky for whatever reasons. He has run well there, and this horse ran well in that race. I think he's a player, but it might be a little bit more of a contentious race here. We'll see how the track is playing in there. And I think another horse coming from Kentucky Downs, a horse that did not do as well, I'm Outer here. Great name, and I thought he was interesting in here.
All right, we'll see if anyone could pressure under whose radar early on in that race. There does look like there's some other speed.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Grade 3 Weah later this afternoon. We have the defending champ in the race, but of course her stablemate who was just in that race as a rabbit last time out at Saratoga in that Grade 2 Flower Bowl at, 31-1. Surprised everybody and never kept going on the front end.
She got comfortable on the front end. I remember when they went around the first time, I watched the race with Chad Brown, and I said, McCulloch's in trouble because McCulloch has never run well when she's not covered up. She's got to get cover. Even if she's too wide, there's a horse in front of her. So she wasn't covered, and Chad said to me at a half point, he said, she's probably not going to win, but the horse in front's going to win. And he was right. She was able to get comfortable in there. Different situation, but being that these courses have played very favorably to horses who were able to save ground their races, she will be the speed again today, and I don't think they'll be taking her quite as lightly in today's way as they did in the Flower Bowl.
No. Yes, someone will need to potentially try and keep her company, and they know what she can do. Now, look, even though it was unexpected and she was a rabbit, bit of a fluke win, still ran a big figure getting it done and had to finish and held off everyone coming late. So both those 2 races, part of our later coverage today, beginning again at 2:30 Eastern time. Bringing you the opener to kick off this Friday card. It's a New York bred maiden special weight, 1-turn mile. And a look at the current odds in here. Sorority Prank has had a lot of chances. Has, on a couple of occasions, though, finished ahead of Executive Move.
No, Sorority Prank is obviously good enough to win this race. The problem is the horse is 0 for 13 and finds horses to beat her every time.
Well, here he is. So, 0 for 13 has been in the money in 8 of those 13, including a couple finishing ahead of the 3 who was expected to be the favorite.
Never had Irad Ortiz before, but I don't think any of the riders have made mistakes in the past, or at least recently.
First-time starter for Linda Rice, Burn Rubber.
Not taking much money, a tough race for the firster to win, especially going a mile.
Here's Executive Move for Charlie Baker with Joel Rosario.
And Get a Job didn't run badly when finishing second here the other day. He's been in a couple of tough fields, so he did finish behind, as you said, Sorority Prank.
Dirt debut for Tiz the Prince came last start against a lot easier.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's a contender. He's an underlay at 5-1.
Here's accidental bid for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Cuts back in distance.
He's my top choice. I don't care. He did a 1.25 mile race last time. He had no chance, and I thought his debut, while with the flow of the race, I thought it was solid.
And another first-time starter outside for Melanie Giddings, Humstinger.
A lot of success in Saratoga for this barn. They have not run quite as well. Not surprisingly tough to keep it up after a strong Saratoga.
5 minutes away to kick off the card and kick off an early pick 5 as well in our Friday action. You could play it all, including all those 9 graded stakes coming up over this course of the weekend ahead with NYRA Bets. That's the offer, that $200 deposit match. New customer bonus when you punch in that code and sign up. Match 200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at nyrabets.com. So 5 minutes away from this first on our card. We're going to get more on how they look warming up. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and I think Sorority Prank, it just makes sense off the fast races that he's won. The big thing is he just doesn't win after all of these tries. So taking a look at some others, I, like Andy, prefer the number 5 Accidental Bid, much more lightly raced, and I think against Open Company and going too far last time out where he set the pace. That race was won by Protective, who had been multiple graded stakes placed coming into there. I just think he is in such a better spot coming in now for Jeremiah Engelhardt, built much more like a miler, is getting a little bit long in the coat, but he has been up in Saratoga where it does tend to be cooler in the nights and in the mornings, but overall looks well suited to these conditions and very relaxed coming in here. I like what I see from him and thought that he ran well at first asking. The number 3 Executive Move did run okay behind Get a Job, who controlled things. They just kind of went 1-2 around in there. This is a big, lanky son of the Factor, whose progeny I typically prefer sprinting on the turf. This is definitely the biggest son of the Factor I have seen. So a mile suits him well. He warmed up nicely away from the pony under Joel Rosario, and I think he's a horse that just takes a lot of time to get into stride given his size. You can even see him in comparison with the lead pony, and sometimes horses like that too just take up the entire starting gate stall as well. Now, 2 first-time starters in here, the 2 Burn Rubber, one that just really looks like he's going to need a race from a fitness perspective, did get pretty hot back in the paddock as well, but warmed up really nicely. Kendrick Carmouche took him away from the pony in an aggressive warm-up, and he extended himself really well. This is a tough spot to debut in, but one that I'm going to watch with interest because he impressed me more in the warm-up than he did at first in the paddock. And then the 6 Humstinger is actually the half-brother to multiple stakes winner Bank Sting, who's been a very talented New York bred. Does debut wearing blinkers for the first time. Pretty solid and strong, just very laid back. Might need one to kind of get clued in as far as this racing thing is concerned, but of the 2 first-time starters, perhaps does look a bit more ready from a fitness perspective today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2 minutes away from opening the gates here as we go back to Accidental Bid, who Andy likes here, Jeremiah Engelhardt barn, Jose Lezcano, and the debut. Never easy to go a mile, first time out. Tried to do that against Maiden Special New York Breds and wound up second.
I thought it was a decent enough effort. I will say it was kind of with the flow of the race, is that race was falling apart. But as you say, it was also a debut race going a mile. Horse took no money that day and definitely overachieved. The 1.25 mile race to me was just a race where they just decided to stay in there as an MTO and take a shot, and obviously wasn't going to beat a horse like Protective, even though he underperformed in there. But I think he'll be fine in the air. To me, I'm not going to take the first-time starters, so you're kind of left with 3 players, the 1, 3, and 5. I'm not going to be shocked if the 1 wins, but at a 0 for 13, he just seems to have failed, though rarely super short prices, but he's failed with a lot of opportunities. And then I don't have a knock on an Executive Move either. I thought he ran fine to be second last time. He should be 4 with Sorority Prank, but I'm just going to hope at the mile distance Accidental Bid, cutting back a little distance, is the one you want in here. I don't love him, but I just preferred him a little bit over the other 2 at a similar price.
9-5 Executive Move, and today 3rd off the bench. So 3rd start of his 3-year-old campaign. And it was a distant second behind Get a Job last out, but Get a Job actually came back and ran very good against New York bred A Other Than company for Steve Asmussen. So no, kind of flattered that second place performance a little bit.
I agree. And his buyer figure went down 4 points, but that's a very respectable effort. And I think at the very least, it sort of legitimizes the race. You know what I mean? You look at it, it's a little bit higher than Executive Move had run before. It seemed kind of high for Get a Job, but he comes back and he runs a very similar race. And it suggests, in fact, it was a legitimate effort. I agree with that. And I won't be shocked if he wins.
5-2 on the Rail with Sorority Prank. As we mentioned, look, 0 for 13, has had more than his fair share of opportunities, but is there a chance he's in front in this race?
He is the main speed. I mean, how much faster he is than the three remains to be seen, and obviously there are firsters. But there's a very good chance he tries to wire the field. I thought yesterday's track on the main track was very fair. We saw horses making run closes from behind. We saw horses running well inside and outside. So I thought we had a much fairer track than we had seen in prior fast track days here.
Being told a 6-horse. And there we see on the screen his
Feels like
did get loose, but looks
been,
like
he's been apprehended.
they're about to catch up with him.
Close.
That is the first-time starter Humstinger.
So don't know if that means he's scratched or not. They had a question of how far he ran off.
There he is. Wait and see if
Might not have gotten loose that much, you know.
Yeah, hopefully did not get too far away. We'll keep you posted on that decision. Meanwhile, 9-5 favoritism remains Executive Move in this spot. And there is Lane Luzzy.
Seems like it was harder on Lane than it was on the horse.
Nobody came by work here. Picking
Nobody
up
came
equipment.
by to give Lane a ride over, you know.
You know, calm now. I didn't see what happened, how he got away.
Doubt he went that far. They seem to be, I believe they're putting the Lane's, well, we'll see. Are they taking the saddle off or are they putting Lane back on? I don't know. Can you tell?
So awaiting.
He's being
yeah,
scratched.
he's coming out.
Yep.
So they'll take that 6 off the board. Humstinger will go back to the barn. So down to a 5-horse field here in this opener.
Yeah, well, he was the first that wasn't taking a lot of money, so whether or not he would have had an effect in this race, we won't know until he comes back. But keep that in mind. If Humstinger comes back, he was entered. Doesn't seem like anything major happened, but always want to err on the side of caution.
And, you know, back to Sorority Prank. Sort of have tried to remake this horse being a forward runner. Or I guess just.
Or maybe stop taking his speed away from him.
Yeah, maybe.
You know, I mean, there's a very interesting example of a horse that was sort of mishandled in today's second race in Quarrel, who had, shown a lot of speed 3 back, and then in a paceless race 2 back, when the rail was good at Saratoga, they foolishly rated him. Today they should send him the lead or her to the lead, and I think it gives her his best chance to at least get a piece of it. And sometimes
that was the case with a horse yesterday that you had brought up, Reflexivity.
Yeah, right. Look at how much better she's been once they've been aggressive with her. And I'm not sure what happened in racing that speed seemed to have become a disadvantage. Now, you having started out in California, that's a place where speed's never considered a disadvantage, is it?
It is that number one best asset you can have.
That white-haired guy that wins a lot of races, he seems to have an affinity for setting horses in front. I recall Wayne Lucas, another trainer who had his share of success in his day, never shied away from setting speed horses to lead.
Slowly catching on the East Coast.
Yeah, right. We're a little slower over here. And I think it's funny that, I don't understand, when suddenly having speed became a bad thing in racing. I've been around a long time, and I remember when, racing was just so much different as a kid. And even if you can watch older races, how much more aggressively horses were ridden. And horses could run early and still hold on late. Game has changed a lot, for better or worse.
Here's Sorority Prank. So start number 14, slight delay with the scratch of the first-time starter Humstinger, who will head back to the barn. So 5-horse field to kick off our Friday action here.
Can Irad Ortiz be make the charm? He's never ridden this horse before, I don't believe.
And the mere fact this horse was 0 for 13, if Irad Ortiz Jr. was not aboard, 7-2?
Yeah, but I mean, he has his merits regardless of who's riding.
No
I
question.
Think you'd agree. And, it's not like, that guy Dylan Davis who was riding him, he's pretty good.
Here's the favorite, 6-5. So Executive Move trying to finish in front of Sorority Prank for the first time, but certainly looks like trending in the right direction and more lightly raced, seems to have more upside. Joel Rosario will be aboard for trainer Charlie Baker. Set for the first. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Front of the gate open there for Accidental Bid. Moves forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Sorority Prank right up there with the early kick and Accidental Bid from the outside draw. The front two now get clear. They're up by 2. Tiz the Prince is going to share the 3rd and 4th spot there with the Executive Move. And the trailer is Burn Rubber. 6 lengths of trailers. They now hook up with the backstretch. Sorority Prank is right there with Accidental Bid, and now Accidental Bid puts ahead in front. Sorority Prank is not going anywhere as they went 23.41 for that opening quarter mile. Executive Move is drafting right in behind them now from 3rd. It's followed by Tiz the Prince, who's patiently ridden 4th, and it's a big gap of another 8. Back to the trailer. Burn Rubber. They work up the backstretch here in the opener, and it's Accidental Bid who's still ahead in front. Accidental Bid take him into the far turn. Less than 4 furlongs to go, and they went 46.4 for the half-mile time. And Sorority Prank engages right towards the inside, and Sorority Prank makes it head-and-head with Accidental Bid. They're still 1-2. Executive Move is called upon, not making up the ground yet. Tiz the Prince is trying to get the jump, and Tiz the Prince is now taken 3rd. Still far, far back. Burn Rubber. They approach the top of the stretch, a quarter mile left to go. Sorority Prank and Accidental Bid, they continue to duke it out, and Sorority Prank has got a touch more. It's Sorority Prank who's back up by 2. Executive Move is kind of running spots, but now is starting to rally, and here comes Executive Move after Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank has a final 16th to get, but Executive Move is trying to push on by. These two head and head down to the line. It's going to be a photo finish. Looked like Sorority Prank came back and won it. It's a tight photo with Executive Move. Accidental Bid finished 3rd in 1:37.1.
Sorority Prank just seems to have Executive Move's number. 3rd time they've met, 3rd time he's finished in front, and this time he re-rallies to break his maiden.
Horse who has never shown the heart that he showed today coming back on. Like to see this head on, see if he came out a little bit in the stretch. As probably did come out to meet that rival a bit in the stretch, but looked like Executive Move had gone right by the 0 for 13, and he ended up hanging. Whether or not there was some hurting or not, we'll see if we look at a head on. An Accidental Bid, my choice. He was awful. I mean, got the right ride, sat on top of the one, looked to have him measured, and had absolutely nothing coming down the stretch. And unless this horse drifted something into him, and I'm not saying he did, you know, he just got the job done. And on the inside is number 1, and Executive Move is going to be moving on the outside of him.
White blinkers, yeah, purple cap. Does Irad Ortiz Jr. Sorority Prank come out into the 3 at all? Mildly drifting there. Here comes the 3.
The 3 just came in to meet him. Not sure why he did that. No,
Comes in
actually, it would be
again,
the
the
3 that hurted the 1.
Yeah.
So actually, the 1 did absolutely nothing.
So that's going to stand. Sorority Prank with the win. 14th time. Patience and persistence pays off at 5-2. Finally, the maiden breaker for this horse. And for Executive Move, this horse, every chance looked like he was going to roll right on by.
Yep. Yes, that was a brutal hang job by him. And I guess race number 14 was the charm. First time with Irad.
So Chris Engelhardt Barn, Irad Ortiz Jr., My Purple Haze Stables. Graduate here with the first win on the resume for this 3-year-old son of Maximus Mischief, Sorority Prank. Long time coming to get that first win. We'll look ahead. The hopeful winner for Trad Brown trying to go back-to-back in Grade 1 company in Saturday's Grade 1 Champaign with a date to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Hanging in the balance. Stay with us.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1,000,005.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharoah. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Back in our Friday coverage, stretch duel down to the wire between Sorority Prank and Executive Move. And the horse on the inside, Sorority Prank with Arad Ortiz Jr., who comes out on top. Looked like actually got past rallies here and gets the victory to get that first career win in the 14th try.
Experience helped here, I guess. You don't usually say Joel Rosario when they come rolling down the stretch, get out finished here, but that horse got out finished. And I got to tell you something. If Executive Move wasn't able to win under these circumstances, I look forward to betting against him next time. Though not with Accidental Bid, who was awful in my selection.
And we showed you that head-on Executive Move 3, actually drifting in to try and meet that challenge at Sorority Prank. And if anyone, that one making things extra tight. Nothing on the part of Sorority Prank. That's how close it was at the wire. True nose finish. And this 3-year-old for the Chris Engelhart barn took a while. Finally getting that first victory. And they actually did drop this horse in for maiden claiming tag at one point.
When he got claimed?
Yeah, got claimed, took
Good
away,
claim.
and then these connections said, let's keep on trying to roll at this level, and it finally pays off.
This horse has made over $100,000 this year in his 10th start and got a win with 2 seconds and 4 thirds. New York bred races are lucrative. This horse has done very well for himself.
Still to come later today. Again, part 2 of our coverage kicked off 2:30 Eastern. Grade 3 Futurity. Prep for that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, and the Grade 3 Weah with the defending champ in the prep for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Meriturf. And stablemates go at it again with Idea Generation and McCulloch. Big afternoon on Saturday, including our ABR race of the week of those 2 Grade 1s for the 2-year-olds, including the Grade 1 Champagne for the boys. And hopeful winner, Chancer McPatrick for Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt will be aboard, trying to remain perfect 2 for 2 to this point.
And for the first time, I think in at least 3 years, Greg, we'll get to run the Champagne in a dry track. I think when Blazing Sevens won, it was a wet track. I feel like last year when Timberlake won, it was a wet track.
It was, yeah.
But tomorrow's will be a nice weather. And I'll tell you something, Chancer McPatrick draws very well on the outside, and we know that he's good, and he should get pace to run at. But this is a race that's filled with a lot of the more impressive 2-year-old maiden breakers we've seen over the last month or two.
And yeah, a lot of them are going to be making just that second start and trying to see if that improvement, what it does for them. For Chancer McPatrick, this was his second start, and he did move forward in the Grade 1 hopeful.
No, he ran very well in here. Now, obviously, it was a weird effort from Ferocious, who looked like he sort of was stopping, and then he came back again. Incentive Pay made the move towards the inside that just didn't sort of pan out. He ran well in there and got it done. He draws well on the outside. It's his race to win, but it's not as though the race is lacking in competition.
So start number 3, he'll get that extra furlong going a mile. Has an experience edge on a few in here, including being in Grade 1 company and a winner at that top level. As for Tip Top Thomas, his second start will be coming up on Saturday, 1 of 2 in the race for Todd Pletcher.
Yeah, he has more speed than the other one, and potentially he could be the speed of the speed. The second place finisher came back, and while he lost, he ran 2 or 3 buyer points slower. We haven't seen the third place finisher come back. The fourth place finisher improved, but he kind of rated to with more distance, and he felt like a horse that would move forward, but probably a legit race, and he's the speed, and it's not like Todd hasn't had a lot of success in this Champagne in the past.
His stablemate, Uncaged, who was 5-1, didn't go off favorite first time out for this barn, won over a muddy sealed track at Saratoga with a similar speed figure.
Right. I mean, you do ask yourself, was it the mud that he ran better than they expected to be 5-1? I thought he ran fine in here, and we also know he doesn't need to lead to win. We saw the third place finisher come back and run respectively his next start, moving, I think, his speed figure up a little bit. I think he's a player in here.
Get a fast track for the first time. Maybe that even moves him forward. We'll see on Saturday as we look at what Todd Pletcher has done in this race. 6-time winner of the Champagne and 2 chances with Tip Top Thomas and Uncaged to collect a 7th on Saturday.
And Proud Accolade, I believe, beat a Fleet Alex and Sun King when he won.
Meanwhile, got a New York bred showing up in the race who's undefeated, 3 for 3, including a win against Open Company at that Saratoga meet with that win in the Grade 3 Sanford. And now we'll get this 1-turn mile on Saturday.
The most experienced, unbeaten, was able to win this race despite sort of looking beaten, and ran the best race even though he won by a nose. It was a painful win for me because I need a second horse, but no excuse for that runner. He's just got to get faster, Greg. I mean, what he has is experience in the wins, but none of his speed figures are fast enough to beat a number of horses in here.
And by that second and now third start, you probably would have expected to have seen that jump forward. We just haven't seen it yet.
I agree, and I think that Jeremiah played it wisely with him. He didn't run him in the hopeful. He got a good purse to win that Seeking the Ante, a $200,000 purse. And now they want to take a shot. So now you take a shot in the Champagne. You see what can happen with him. I guess they do it potentially at the expense of the New York bred race the end of the month, but he could even come back in that race if he wants to. It's far enough away.
Breeders' Cup Challenge races coming up this week, 4 of them. Later today, the Futurity. Those 2 Grade 1s on Saturday, and the Miss Grillo rescheduled for the Juvenile Fillies Turf on our Sunday card. We'll be back 2:30 Eastern. Start time. Under whose radar? We'll see in that Grade 3 Futurity. We'll see if the win can stand this time after getting DQ'd going gate to wire Kentucky Downs. Mentee getting on the lawn for the first time, and McCulloch will try and repeat in the Grade 3 weigh-in.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Marchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Field steps on the track for today's second race, a mile and 3/16 out of turf. Race 2 started the early pick 4 in 6 minutes. Field stepping on the turf course, approaching the gate for race 2. Field set to load. It's post time for race 2. Start of the early pick 4. The Girl from Ireland moving in. Lady Firefoot. Tick, 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 boom. All-American Beauty. Last to load to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Quarrel has early speed right to the front and towards the far outside. All-American Beauty is in that mix as well. Lady Firefoot is trying to engage the pace as they really back off. It's going to be Quarrel who is in front. And from that outside draw, All-American Beauty doesn't want to get too close to the pace setter, wants to settle in. So it will be Quarrel and Romero Mirage to press on into that turn. Just off of them. Now tracking from second is the Girl from Ireland, is stalking in between horses with All-American Beauty. Now gets closer to rivals, is right there in third. At the Rail is In Time, is in the fourth position, shares that spot with Lady Firefoot. The two at the back, There Are No Rules. And tick, 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 boom. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Quarrel's got the lead. It's Quarrel who's up by 3/4 of a length. All-American Beauty content to sit right there in second and patiently ridden at the rail. That's the Girl from Ireland. Just off of them, Lady Firefoot starts to move in closer, has now claimed the fourth position. They went 48.46 for the half-mile time. Back there in fifth is In Time. Tick, 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 boom, has picked up a placing, and There Are No Rules is now the trailer. Less than a half-mile to go. Quarrel's going to try and take them all the way. Quarrel will move into the far turn, is still up by a full length. Down towards the inside, the Girl from Ireland, still patiently ridden, looking for room, is right there in the third position. All-American Beauty is holding that spot. Here comes a rally towards the outside as Lady Firefoot is now engaged. In Time gets the hurry up here from fifth. From the back, trying to rally on. There Are No Rules. They reach the top of the lane. It's still Quarrel fending them off. Quarrel's got the lead. The Girl from Ireland now sees the seam. Lady Firefoot got the jump. The Girl from Ireland is splitting rivals, though, and There Are No Rules on the grandstand side. Annie with a chance here. In Time is trying to get in the mix as well. It is still Lady Firefoot holding off the Girl from Ireland. Lady Firefoot, the Girl from Ireland. Lady Firefoot gets the victory over the Girl from Ireland, then In Time. And There Are No Rules. In 1 minute 56 seconds flat. Order finish. First, the 6, Lady Firefoot. Second, the 5, the Girl from Ireland. Third, the 1, In Time. Fourth, the 4, There Are No Rules. $52-1 shot in today's second race, 6-5-1-4. Stand by for prices in race 2. Into the winner's circle, the winner of today's second race, the 6, Lady Firefoot. She's a 6-year-old. She's a 6-year-old, bred in Kentucky by Temple City out of Maryland Mist. Winning owner, Charles Hallis. Winning trainer, Melanie Giddings. Winning jockey, Luis Rivera Jr. Race 2 is official. $1 exact, $138.25. The double, $134.50. Quinella, $45.25. And the trifecta, $185 even. The $1 superfecta, 6-5-1-4, $1,504 even. Running time, 1 minute 56.17 seconds. $100 winner here in today's second race. Up next, it's race 3. Race 3 is the start of the pick 6. In race 3, make the jockey on the 1, Carlos Rojas, 3 pounds over. Race 4, scratch the 1, It's Hot in Here. Scratch the 4, Torjete. Rider on the 6, make it a Rider Ortiz Jr. And scratch the 13, 14, and 15 from race 4. Race 5, scratch the 3, Chasing Liberty. Race 6 is clear, no changes. Race 7, scratch the 1, Surprisingly. Scratch the 8, Star Fortress. Scratch the 9, Movie Moxie. And scratch the 10, Amanda's Folly. And the 11, Peak Popularity. Race 8, rider aboard the 3, make it Jose Lescano. Race 3, 22 minutes away. Start of the pick 6 is next. Coral has early speed right to the front and towards the far outside. All-American Beauty is in that mix as well. Lady Firefoot is trying to engage the pace as they really back off. It's going to be Quarrel who is in front. And from that outside draw, All-American Beauty doesn't want to get too close to the pace setter, wants to settle in. So it will be Quarrel and Romero Mirage to press on into that turn. Just off of them. Now tracking from second is the Girl from Ireland, is stalking in between horses with All-American Beauty. Now gets closer to rivals, is right there in third. At the Rail is In Time, is in the fourth position, shares that spot with Lady Firefoot. The two at the back, There Are No Rules. And Tick, 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 Boom. 23 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Quarrel's got the lead. It's Quarrel who's up by 3/4 of a length. All-American Beauty content to sit right there in second and patiently ridden at the rail. That's the Girl from Ireland. Just off of them, Lady Firefoot starts to move in closer, has now claimed the fourth position. They went 48.46 for the half-mile time. Back there in fifth is In Time. Tick, 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 boom has picked up a placing, and There Are No Rules is now the trailer. Less than a half mile to go. Quarrel's going to try and take them all the way. Quarrel will move into the far turn, is still up by a full length. Down towards the inside, the Girl from Ireland, still patiently ridden, looking for room, is right there in the third position. All-American Beauty is holding that spot. Here comes a rally towards the outside as Lady Firefoot is now engaged. In Time gets the hurry up here from fifth. From the back, trying to rally on. There Are No Rules. They reach the top of the lane. It's still Quarrel fending them off. Quarrel's got the lead. The Girl from Ireland now sees the seam. Lady Firefoot got the jump. The Girl from Ireland is splitting rivals, though, and There Are No Rules on the grandstand side. Annie with a chance here. In Time is trying to get in the mix as well. It is still Lady Firefoot holding off the Girl from Ireland. Lady Firefoot, the Girl from Ireland. Lady Firefoot gets the victory over the Girl from Ireland, then In Time. And There Are No Rules. In 1 minute 56 seconds flat.
It's By My Standards and spinoff By My Standards to win the Louisiana Derby. By My Standards has won the New Orleans Classic by 4.
By My Standards wins the Oaklawn Handicap. By My Standards attack. Rushing By My Standards to the wire.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Field steps on the track for today's third race. Race 3, 6 furlongs. Start of the pick 6. Race 3 in 8 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 3. Horses are at the gate. It's post time for race 3, start of the pick 6. Brick Ambush stepping forward. Stewie. Very Stormy. Two out, Cam Duke. And Sandy Sweet Tooth. Sandy Sweet Tooth goes in. All set. And they're off. Stewie, right out to the front. It's Stewie in between horses and Lane Leslie and Stewie. They're up by a half length. Immediately tackled here by Sandy Sweet Tooth on the far outside. They're well out into the center of the racetrack, and that's going to leave the rail open here for Gray Wing, who is going to move on through. Is up with the early kick. Then out wider there is Cam Duke, is in the 4th position. Behind them is Apollo Code, who's in 5th. Very Stormy. Backed off as now the trailer just got passed by second to last, Brick Ambush. 22.55 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Stewie, and Sandy Sweet Tooth is within range, and here comes Sandy Sweet Tooth after the leader. Cam Duke has got a 3-wide run. The gray is Gray Wing at the rail. Luis Rivera Jr. looking for a way through. Here comes a rally from Apollo Code, and Apollo Code is making this sweeping move 4 across the racetrack here as they reach the top of the stretch. 45-4, the half-mile time. Sandy Sweet Tooth is trying to challenge Stewie towards the inside, but here comes Apollo Code down the center of the racetrack. It's these 3 across the track inside that final furlong. In between horses, Sandy Sweet Tooth. At the rail, it's Stewie. Grandstand side, Apollo Code. Sandy Sweet Tooth. Stewie finding more. Sandy Sweet Tooth. Photo finish. Look like the even money favorite, Sandy Sweet Tooth. In the final jump, it's a photo with Stewie to the inside, to the outside, Apollo Code. Final running time, 1 minute 10.35 seconds. Unofficial order finish. First, the 7, Sandy Sweet Tooth. Second, the 4, Stewie. Third, the 1, Apollo Code. And fourth, the 2, Grey Wing. 7-4-1-2 in race 3. Running time, 1 minute 10.35 seconds. Into the winner's circle. Winner of today's third race, the 7, Sandy Sweet Tooth. Sandy Sweet Tooth, he's a 3-year-old gelding, bred in New York, by Blame out of Animal Appeal. Winning owners, Dub Caruso. Winning trainers, Rick Dutrow. The winning jockey, Rat Ortiz Jr. 7-4-1-2. Stand by for prices when race 3 goes official. Race official. Price is now up on your video monitors. The $1 exacta, $35.50. The double, 6-7, $152 even. Trifecta, $62.37. $1 superfecta, $609.50. And the $1 pick 3, $489 even. Running time, 1 minute 10.35 seconds. Up next, race 4. Today's 4th. Today's 4th on the inner turf. Start of the late pick 5. Race 4 in 23 minutes. And they're off. Stewie, right out to the front. It's Stewie in between horses and Lane Leslie and Stewie. They're up by a half length. Immediately tackled here by Sandy Sweet Tooth on the far outside. They're well out into the center of the racetrack, and that's going to leave the rail open here for Grey Wing, who is going to move on through. Is up with the early kick. Then out wider there is Cam Duke, is in the 4th position. Behind them is Apollo Code, who's in 5th. Very stormy backed off as now the trailer just got passed by second to last, Brickham Bush. 22.55 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing Stewie, and Sandy Sweet Tooth is within range, and here comes Sandy Sweet Tooth after the leader. Cam Duke has got a 3-wide run. The gray is Gray Wing at the rail. Luis Rivera Jr. looking for a way through. Here comes a rally from Apollo Code, and Apollo Code is making this sweeping move 4 across the racetrack here as they reach the top of the stretch. 45-4, the half-mile time. Sandy Sweet Tooth is trying to challenge Stewie towards the inside, but here comes Apollo Code down the center of the racetrack. It's these three across the track inside that final furlong. In between horses, Sandy Sweet Tooth. At the rail, it's Stewie. Grandstand side, Apollo Code. Sandy Sweet Tooth. Stewie finding more Sandy Sweet Tooth. Photo finish. Looked like the even money favorite, Sandy Sweet Tooth. In the final jump, it's a photo with Stewie to the inside, to the outside, Apollo Code. Final running time, 1 minute 10.35 seconds.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Horses step on the track for today's fourth race. Race 4, start of the late pick 5. Race 4, a mile and 16th inner turf. Race 4 in 8 minutes. Approaching the gate for race 4. Field set to load. It's post time for race 4. Quite Continental goes in. Next on stage, She Is Invincible, or Mango. Two out. Silent Melody. Silent Melody's in. Sweet Duchess to the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Breaking with speed there was She Is Invincible towards the inside. It's Tongue Twister in the early mix, and they line up once again. And there is Next on Stage. And now Next on Stage is in front. It's Next on Stage. Will cross over, gets over to the rail. Following that move is going to be Sweet Duchess. Is engaged and stalking from second. Patiently ridden now is Tongue Twister. At the rail is in front of that group as they work into that turn. To the outside of that one comes Quite Continental. Is now cornering a touch wide here. Same can be said for Sweet Duchess as they corner wide into that turn. Start to bandy back and forth now, and they sort themselves out. So the leader is Next on Stage. Then comes Sweet Duchess at 3 lengths in front of Tongue Twister. 2 lengths in front of Thorny, who is now sharing that position with Quite Continental. In between horses, here's Settling Storm. From the 6th spot is moving forward nicely. Silent Melody is at the rail, is now in 8th. Further back in the field, She Is Invincible. Towards the back end, more Mango. The trailer, Surprenant Coca, 48-1. The half-mile time. Next on Stage is doing it handily. It's Next on Stage, who's still up by a length. Call it a length and a half. Sweet Duchess is right to the outside, engaged from second. They start to kick clear. They are now 3.5 lengths in front of Tongue Twister, who's alone in third. Here comes the move from Thorny. Is now backing out of it quickly. There was Quite Continental has been backed out of it as they reach the top of the lane. It's Next on Stage who continues to duke it out here with Sweet Duchess. And here comes Tongue Twister in full pursuit. Tips towards the outside for an outside run. Can Next on Stage fend off all rivals? Sweet Duchess is in the pink silks in between horses. And now Tongue Twister gets rolling on the grandstand side. Here comes Tongue Twister, Supranon Coca from way out of it. Tongue Twister, Supranon Coca. Tongue Twister gets the victory. Supranon Coca from way out of it there to get second over Settling Storm. Then came a photo. To the outside there was Sweet Duchess and Next on Stage. Final running time, 1 minute 43 and 1. Order finish. First the 2, Tongue Twister. Second the 9, Supranon Coca. Third the 8, Settling Storm. And fourth the 12, Sweet Duchess. 2-9, 8-12 in race 4. Running time 1 minute 43.22. Now into the winner's circle, the winner of today's 4th race, the 2, Tongue Twister. She's a 3-year-old, bred in New York by Get Stormy out of Bissou Francais. Winning owners, Zillow Racing Stables, Aquanova Stable. Winning trainers, Ray Handel. The winning jockey, Romero Mirage. Winner bred in New York by Stonebridge Farm, LLC. Race official, $1 exacta, $121.50. The double, $37.25. Quinella, $61.75. And the trifecta, $375.25. $1 superfecta, $3,485 even. The pick 3, 6, 7, 2, $2,508.50. Running time for today's fourth was 1 minute 43.22 seconds. Up next, it's today's fifth race. Race 5 is the 134th running of the Futurity. Scratch the 3 in race 5. Race 5 is 21 minutes away, and today's fifth race is the 134th running of the Futurity. This is a win and you're in Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint Division. Today's fifth race is going to be that $175,000 Grade 3 Futurity. That's 6 furlongs on the turf for 2-year-olds. The Futurity is part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Win and You're In program, a series of qualifying races held at racetracks around the world, and winning is just the beginning of the Challenge Series, which provides millions in free entry fees and an automatic starting position to each Challenge winner in one of 14 races at the Breeders' Cup World Championships to be run November 1st and 2nd this fall at Del Mar. So this is a Breeders' Cup win and you're in. The Futurity is part of the Juvenile Turf Sprint Division. Breaking with speed there was She Is Invincible towards the inside. It's Tongue Twister in the early mix, and they line up once again. And there is Next on Stage. And now Next on Stage is in front. It's Next on Stage. Will cross over, gets over to the rail. Following that move is going to be Sweet Duchess. Is engaged and stalking from second. Patiently ridden now is Tongue Twister. At the rail is in front of that group as they work into that turn. To the outside of that one comes Quite Continental. Is now cornering a touch wide here. Same can be said for Sweet Duchess as they corner wide into that turn. Start to bandy back and forth now, and they sort themselves out. So the leader is Next on Stage. Then comes Sweet Duchess at 3 lengths in front of Tongue Twister. 2 lengths in front of Thorny, who is now sharing that position with Quite Continental. In between horses, here's Settling Storm. From the 6th spot is moving forward nicely. Silent Melody is at the rail, is now in 8th. Further back in the field, She Is Invincible. Towards the back end, more Mango. The trailer, Surprenant Coca, 48-1, the half-mile time. Next on Stage is doing it handily. It's Next on Stage, who's still up by a length, call it a length and a half. Sweet Duchess is right to the outside, engaged from second. They start to kick clear. They are now 3.5 lengths in front of Tongue Twister, who's alone in third. Here comes the move from Thorny, is now backing out of it quickly. There was Quite Continental, has been backed out of it as they reach the top of the lane. It's Next on Stage, who continues to duke it out here with Sweet Duchess, and here comes Tongue Twister in full pursuit. Tips towards the outside for an outside run. Can Next on Stage fend off all rivals? Sweet Duchess is in the pink silks in between horses, and now Tongue Twister gets rolling on the grandstand side. Here comes Tongue Twister, Surprenant Coca from way out of it. Tongue Twister, Surprenant Coca, Tongue Twister gets the victory. Surprenant Coca from way out of it there to get second over Settling Storm. Then came a photo. To the outside there was Sweet Duchess and Next on Stage. 'Final running time, 1 minute 43 and 1.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Good to have you with us on round 2 of our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon from South Ozone Park, New York, at Belmont at the Big A. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. 2 graded stakes to come. Grade 3 Futurity winning. You're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint and the Grade 3 Weah in that Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf division. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to be with you. I'll bring in my partner here in just a moment as we get set for these 2 preps for championship weekend out at Del Mar in early November. We'll bring you races 5 through 8 to come on this Friday card. Fast and firm, and here's a look at what's ahead. Presented by Claiborne Farm, those 2 graded stakes as mentioned, and race 5 coming up in just 5 minutes. This Grade 3 Futurity for 2-year-olds on the grass kicks off the late pick 4 with me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Big weekend coming up on Saturday, which we'll talk about as well. But we start things off with a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup.
And interesting to see what happens in this Futurity, the prep for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Really the most winnable race in the entire Breeders' Cup weekend. Everybody wants to take a shot and get there. I mean, under the whose radar did get disqualified last time, but did run well in victory that day. I thought I'm Otter here would be dangerous. The public, though, seems to be siding with Todd Pletcher's horse in the rail, Gate to Wire. I'm a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, that was the debut. Went off as the favorite and forward early on. Did get that win in the debut. Different test here against a much better group here in our Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day. Spendthrift, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And here is a look at the field. Chasing Liberty, who got put up to victory in that performance with Under Whose Radar. Will be racing elsewhere, but we'll see if Under Whose Radar could be as effective on the front end today.
I just don't know if the horse can get the front end. I mean, obviously some of it depends on how well the 4 and 7 handle the turf. Do they have the same kind of speed on turf they do on the dirt? But I think Epitaph, the 2, is pretty quick.
Here's Gate to Wire for Pletcher. 2-1.
Does draw well to be on the inside. Probably not fast enough to be as near on the front end in this race. Got a good trip in the debut to win it as the favorite.
Gary contested the one you mentioned, Epitaph Speed next door.
I tell you, I think this horse is pretty quick and won't be surprised if this horse is the fastest horse early.
In the chase for trainer Carlos David, turf debut.
A lot of speed on the dirt, but can he transfer that speed to the turf?
DQ'd out of a win in that turf debut. Under Whose Radar at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, he ran well that day. I don't know if he ran as well as the runner-up, but he ran well. But is he the fastest horse? I don't think so.
Turning back in distance, I'm Otter here. And Jamie Torres, Preakness winning rider aboard.
I like the cutback. This horse had a bit of a trip when behind the scratch Chase Liberty, and I think was in a race that collapsed last time.
Brother to the Travers winner, Fierceness Mentee turf debut.
We'll talk about more, but he doesn't have a ton of turf pedigree. I'm not a fan.
And Joey Muscles on the outside. Huge price for Jenna Antonucci.
Yeah, this would blow things up, wouldn't it?
Indeed, it would. 2 minutes away from this Grade 3 Futurity. Here's what's at stake. Automatic entry into that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint that I believe is going to kick off that card November 1st at Del Mar. $30,000 in entry fees, that award denominator of $10,000, and travel allowances for horses stabled outside of California. So it is a big one here. You'll punch that ticket to championship weekend with a victory here. By the way, pick 4 pool, $89,000 and growing that kicks off in this race.
Yeah, I'm interested in the number 6. I'm Otter here. I like the name, too. I don't mind the turn back. I did this horse in a race last time on the front end, a fast pace that completely collapsed and didn't really run as badly as it looks. Ran well to win at a mile, 2 back, got a good figure, and I thought ran a good race when behind the scratch Chasing Liberty with a bit of a trip that day. I think there's a lot of things to like about him out here, and one of them is the 5-to-1 price. I mean, for this horse to be a bigger price than a horse like Mentee, whose talent is in question, whose stamina is in question, who whether or not he can handle the turf is also in question, feels like a sort of a Hail Mary they're taking with Mentee to try to see if they can get him into a Breeders' Cup race, because he's not going to be in one effectively on the dirt.
Yeah, Mentee 7-2 right now, but this horse, I'm Otter here, cutting back in distance, 5-1 with more. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And Greg, I love the cutback for this horse. While he does have a little bit of size to him, he's built downhill, much shorter in his back, built like a horse that's shorter, will be better for him. And I thought ran last time like a horse that would prefer less distance. He's also touting himself. He's on his toes. I did picks this morning for the handicapping show, but if I was just going off what I saw, it would be the 6, I'm Otter here, as my preference for the one that I just think looks best in all the preliminaries and warmed up nicely. The 1 Gate to Wire, though, I liked him first time out. out. And I do like him again today. He came in, he was very relaxed, much as he was first time out. But then as soon as they got the call for riders up and going out, he got much sharper and had a big warm up under Irad Ortiz. He was 3 wide in that debut race. But as Andy had pointed out, probably where you actually wanted to be on the turf at that time of the season. But warmed up well. He definitely looks a bit more tucked up and defined in here. But sometimes it is comparison of who he's facing, and physically I actually did prefer, as I mentioned, the 6. The number 7 Mentee gets on the turf for the first time. There's no turf pedigree on the bottom side. Looked back a few generations. City of Lights certainly do handle it, and I like them on the grass, especially sprinting. Physically, he does not scream turf to me. He does look more fit than he did last time in the Hopeful, missing some time with that inflamed tox and the early onset sites of laminitis. You would imagine he should be stronger today with him having the time off, but I wasn't crazy about the warm-up of what I saw from him, and I do wonder if he's going to take to the grass. The 5 Under Whose Radar definitely looks like a turf horse. Not the smoothest moving type, but I thought moved very well last time that juvenile turf sprint, though he did drift out in the stretch. He's now your favorite, and I think a very logical one, who is now finding his home sprinting on the grass, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Yeah, we'll see what we get from Mentee, the full brother to 2-year-old champion and Travers winner Fierceness, and it's more topside where there is that turf pedigree. City of Light did produce a horse. One of his sons, Gaslight Dancer, was second in this race, missed by neck to Nazarok a couple of years ago.
Yeah, this is the kind of horse that I'm going to bet against every day of my life. I don't know how good he is. He's sort of dressed up because of the connections and the pedigree. The pedigree, yeah, okay, City of Light has had some success, about 17% with turf sprinters, but the dam side, there's no turf at all, and I don't know that he's necessarily fast enough anyway. He could be in a chase in here. He's not for me. If he wins, I lose.
There's I'm Otter here. Win and you're in. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint in this Grade 3 Futurity. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Joey Muscles to the outside. Breeders' Cup, win and you're in. Challenge race, the Futurity. All set. And they're off. Mentee breaks with early speed, and in between horses, here comes Epitaph. Epitaph now clears, is up by a full length and a half. Mentee is going to sit right there in second as they start to slow the pace down up front. Also wanting to move forward, that's Joey Muscles, makes it 3 across the course. In behind them, that's Gate to Wire, who's tucked in at the rail, is in the 4th position, is now sharing that spot with Under Whose Radar. The 2 at the back in the chase, and I'm Otter here. They get set to move into the far turn, 22.38 for the opening quarter mile. They're very tightly bunched, and Epitaph has got the lead. Epitaph is in front, is only up by a neck as Mentee starts to move in closer. Now here's some room for Under Whose Radar. Under Whose Radar has made a 3-wide run. Following that move is going to be Gate to Wire from off the pace. They reach the top of the lane in the Futurity. Still there is Epitaph. Mentee with every shot to run by, and now Mentee is trying to move right past Epitaph, who's very game towards the inside. Inside the final furlong, Mentee is now striding away, is up by a length and a half. A 16th left to go. No doubt. Breeders' Cup, win and you're in. Mentee wins the Futurity. Mentee wins it, then came a photo. Gate to Wire with a late rally there with Epitaph in 1 minute 8 and 4.
His brother is going to be one of the horses to beat in the Breeders' Cup Classic in November, and Mentee will be there as well in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Based on this race, he might be more likely to win a Breeders' Cup race than his brother will be. It's a very impressive effort. I couldn't have been more wrong about this horse. Would never bet him in a million years. Wouldn't bet him if they ran it again, but he handled the turf just fine. Stalked the moderate pace set by the 2, who just got beaten for second, and drew off to a very, very, very easy win. He was much the best in here.
4-1 in his first try on the lawn. Look, when we first saw him, and I believe we were on together for that race. Distance, they don't run a lot here. It was a 5-furlong race, usually at Belmont during that time, but we're here at Aqueduct. He set a track record, but he nearly got run down. Right. He opened up this big lead, and we're like, wow, this is the real deal, until he almost got caught. And then the Hopeful seemed like they were kind of rushing him back.
Yeah, no, I'm shocked that he won this race, to be honest with you. I would never have used him in a million years. He wouldn't have won his first race at 5 furlongs and an inch. But he's a different horse in the turf. I guess the City of Light kicked in because there's no other pedigree on the damn side.
Mentee, full brother to Fierceness in his turf debut. Wins impressively here at 4-1. 7-1-2-5 finish. And he will be joining his brother out at Del Mar in November.
Pretty fast race, too, to be honest with you. It's a pretty good race. I mean, I don't know if he's going to win the Breeders' Cup, but this is a good race by him.
So Todd Pletcher, 1-2 in this grade 3 futurity. Gate to Wire winds up second for him as well with a Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he was a suck-up second, sort of pick up the pieces down the inside. The only horse that did any serious running here was the 7. Disappointing effort from under whose radar, who seemed to get a pretty good trip and angled out in the stretch and had absolutely no finish. And while the second and third runners did ride the rail the whole way, this horse was too wide. And I think that there's an extreme inside bias on the inner turf course. I don't think it's severe on the outer course. We'll see how things progress going forward. It's a very nice win by this horse, a very impressive win to win this race. Maybe a lot of horses didn't show up, but he showed up in a big way. And my pick, I'm out of here. I mean, he kind of lost all chance at the start, but he was dreadful.
7-1-2-5 once again here in this grade 3 futurity. 4-1 on Mentee, who impresses here in this turf debut in the third start of his young career. And it's on to championship weekend for Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher with John Velasquez. We'll have the prices for you when we come back, and another graded stake to come in that Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf Division. Still ahead. Stay with us.
Down, to get on 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,005,000, and $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as the turf debut for Mentee, a winning one in futurities. I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Todd Pletcher. Todd, what a family. This one, of course, being the full brother to Fierceness. But can you tell us a little bit about the decision to switch this guy to the turf today?
Well, after the Hopeful, we were just kind of considering our options, and
some of the City of Lights seemed to run well on the turf, and so we said, let's give him a little try on it in the morning at Saratoga, and he breezed great. So just felt like the timing, the distance, everything about this race kind of made sense, and so I'm glad we did it. And I think, I don't think he's a turf horse necessarily, only a turf horse. I think he's talented enough to win on any surface, and I think this opens up a lot of options for us.
Well, this race, of course, a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Is that kind of circled on the calendar now for him, you think?
You know what? I think if we go to the Breeders' Cup, I think he might like the mile turf better. But, we got time to sort that out. He did set a track record here going 5 furlongs, so we know he can do that. But, we're in a good position now to hopefully make the right decision.
Obviously, a big family, as mentioned. His full brother Fierceness worked yesterday. What have you seen from him as we saw him really be the fierceness we knew this summer with 2 big victories?
He's doing awesome. Breezed really well yesterday. We've kind of been gradually building up. We still got basically a month to go, and really, really happy with the way he's doing and excited about going to California.
Well, we're excited to watch him, but congratulations here with Menti doing that family proud.
Thank you.
Menti, now a winner on turf and dirt. We'll see what the future holds for him, Greg.
He's on a couple of occasions now. He's sort of shocked us with his post-race interviews. The first was after the Jim Dandy win by Fierceness, saying he's not automatic to go to the Travers. Turned out not to be true. He did. He won. Now saying Menti may go to not the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, but the Juvenile Turf. What do you think?
I'm disqualified from having an opinion on it, given my opinion on Menti going in the race. But that was a surprising opinion.
Well, we will see where he winds
He'll
up.
be in front.
Certainly took to the grass, no question, in this first try over the lawn. So it'll be interesting to see, in fact, where Menti does line up. Obviously, I think a lot has to do with who shows up from Europe, what kind of pace there's going to be in a race. I believe 5 furlongs for the Juvenile Turf Sprint this year.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say because it was a surprising thought. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know what kind of European 2-year-olds would show up. There have been some okay ones in the past. There have been races that haven't been that strong. I mean, the European turf sprinters, I know Big Ev's won last year, but in general, they haven't been, incredibly dominant in this race. I don't know what to say without knowing who's running, but I'd be surprised if this horse is effective in a mile, but I was surprised he was effective today, so what do I know?
Race 6, we move to the main track here in this first allowance condition, 6 furlong sprint. Coming up next, Fillies mares 3 and up, and 6-5 favorite Roswell, who's 4-5 morning line, Hall of Famer Bill Mott Jr. Alvarado coming out of a grade 2 where she did not fire.
Now, are you one of those people that thinks about the aliens, Roswell? Is that like a big thing? Were you ever into
I've been
that?
through there, and I mean...
Didn't see any aliens?
Well, no, you can buy all kinds of alien gear if they really play it up.
Did you pick anything out? If you go there again, I'd like a gift.
I believe in it.
Really? I'm not totally against it. I do believe that there's life on other planets. I just don't know if they've ever made it their way here. If they came, they might not like what they see. But no, I don't know. I'm going to try to beat Roswell here, though.
What do you think about the performance last time out? Was it staying away because of that, or do you think just put a line through it?
I don't know. I don't want to get too caught up in a race at Charlestown where I don't really know what happened. And so I'm going to go on her other form, which makes her the horse to beat. She does have an abundance of seconds, 3 and 6 starts, but they were against some pretty good horses. I'm going to try to beat her with Kara's Time. I got to think, I suppose the one Kid's Last Laugh has a chance. But other than those 3, I'm not sure who's going to be effective in here. But I like Kara's Time maybe of her race 2 back. And I don't know what happened to her last time.
For Mitchell Friedman, getting a third crack at this level. Been in a lot of state-bred stakes races. I'll see if she can graduate here today. Coming up at our next race, we're about 19 minutes away from the start of that 6th. Going to take a timeout. She went for the triple. As a 2-year-old filly, won the Schuylerville and opening gate 44-1, then the Adirondack. Things did not go her way in the spin-away. Can she bounce back the Queen's MG in the Frizette tomorrow? We'll have a preview coming up.
Liam's Map, a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, including a 114 to win the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. He's already taking the lead as a sire with Grade 1 winners Basin, Wicked Whisper, Colonel Liam, and Juju's Map, plus multiple 6-figure yearling sales and 2-year-old sales up to $1.2 million. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Liam's Map, only at Lane's End.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Took the lead. 8 main 2. Internet, you're out. 250. 8-2. Damon to get down 250. Down to get down to get down 50. I guess not. Damon to get down to get down to get down 50. Internet wants. Here to get down to get down to get down. They know down. But very want to get twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. Good night. In the back, $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. And don't forget, you can feed your competitive edge with live money handicapping contests just about every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats into next week's contest. Registration closes before Belmont of the Big A's 3rd on Saturday. Go to nyrabets.com/contests to learn more. Good luck to everyone participating. Big one tomorrow for 2-year-old fillies. Grade 1 for Zet, and a major defection that has made it a much more competitive race. Senza Parole was going to be an overwhelming favorite. She was 3-5 in the morning line off that brilliant debut at Saratoga for Chad Brown. She probably would have been closer to 1-5. She is out for the year, hoping to be back in the spring.
Yeah, no, that's a huge loss. Obviously, now she was potentially with a win here that was close to her debut. She might well have been the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly, so a tough loss for the barn. Having said that, from a betting standpoint, it makes the race completely wide open.
Yeah, sad to see her out. Just a mega talent that got so much buzz for what she did in that debut. So with her out, everyone a little more who remains in this race feeling good about their chances now. And the Queen's MG, she shocked everybody on opening day in the Schuylerville, 44-1. Followed it up with an Adirondack victory for Saffie Joseph Jr., and he said, let's just keep going because they're kind of playing catch-up to this filly right now.
And they can certainly use the muddy track as the excuse for the poor performance last time, and she's better than that. How good she really is remains to be seen, but she has survived some quick paces. I do wonder if she's going to continue to get better and more distance, but her sire, 1,000 Words, does give her stamina, so maybe she'll be okay. It's interesting that the morning line favorite with the second choice, clear-cut second choice, was the maiden Snow White down on the rail for Danny Gargan. It'll be interesting to see if she's favored, and she came out of a race where she was second behind Quick Kick, who's running the Alcibiades for our buddy Tom Amos today.
Yeah. We're going to see Mersive, who won that spin away. Quiet Side.
Yeah, they're the two to beat for sure.
Queen's MG, though, already a 3-time winner. Can she excel with more ground? We will find out on Saturday. Meanwhile, long shot on the outside. Kendrick Carmouche will be aboard Icona Mama, who was 30-1 in the Grade 3 Pocahontas and missed by less than a length.
I thought she ran well in here. It's not as though the race completely fell apart, even though the winner closed, but I thought she ran respectably around the one-turn mile, and I think that's the reason the connections came here as opposed to the Alcibiades, and now with the scratch the favorite, they made a very wise choice. You know, keep in mind, these morning lines are based on a 3-5 shot being in the race, so everybody's odds go down about 60 to 70%. So, but on the other hand, you look at how evenly it's spread with Snow White as the 6-1 second choice on the board. You get this right, you're probably going to get paid. I don't think we're going to see a short price in here, Greg.
And it just becomes.
I don't think we should see one.
With Senza Parole out, it becomes a little bit of a crapshoot. Who's going to take that step forward? Allegedly, Paradise City as well for Saffie Joseph Jr. not going to run tomorrow.
Okay, I'm not sure. Maybe there's something went wrong
with Senza Parole out, though. Maybe the plans have changed. We will find out
tomorrow.
That's
interesting. That's possible, or maybe something went wrong. We hope that she's running.
Well, this is part of a Future Stars Pick 5 play. You can play through NYRA Bets tomorrow. Starts with that for Zet. Includes the Grade 1 Champagne, Santa Anita's Oak Leaf, Grade 2. Breeders' Futurity and American Pharoah kicks off at 3:17 Eastern Time.
And Furious is the favorite. It'll be a heavy favorite in the Breeders' Futurity, East Avenue. I like the fact that Godolphin, they seem to name horses after big streets in Saratoga. They had Lake Avenue, now they have East Avenue. Where's Caroline? So there's a Caroline Street, but the horse is European.
Yeah, taken.
Well, that's European, so I might be able to say it. They didn't own one Caroline. Remember one Caroline?
The runner?
G. Watts Humphrey.
Okay. Back to the 6th, and there is the filly who was 4 to 5 on the morning line. Roswell here, who just missed at Saratoga this summer behind Princess Madison. And then a no-show effort in Grade 2 company last time out.
Down at Charlestown, where what happens at Charlestown stays at Charlestown.
Do you feel that way, similar to Kentucky Downs?
A little bit sometimes. She's run too well in her other races to just toss her on that. But on the other hand, when you're talking about favorites, you do have to acknowledge when they came out of a bad race, and you don't want to just summarily say it's meaningless, right?
True.
I think she's way the horse to beat, but I think it's worth. I mean, I'm glad you brought it up. It's not as though a race didn't happen.
But pretty good body of work, too. It's a tough call. Money's Gold before that, who ran her A race. She was second behind her that day. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
Yeah, and I think that it is a fair point with Roswell. Is she maybe not a winning type, or was she just beaten by some horses that are very good? Money's Gold, as you mentioned, Greg, a horse that was dominant that day and off a layoff, rocketed out of the gate, even behind Princess Madison, who I think is very talented. Princess Madison finishing third in that Charlestown Oaks. My Main Squeeze coming back to win a graded stake out of there. And, of course, Mystic Lake, the winner. So I think she's been facing some very good company. And also, do note that 7 furlongs at Charlestown, 2 turns. It's not a typical kind of 7 furlong type of race. So she cuts back to a sprint in here to the 6, and this is what I think Roswell wants to do. She is a lighter framed filly overall. When I last saw her in Saratoga, she was doing well with her weight. She's doing well again today. Has gotten a bit warm here in the paddock. Not totally out of character for her, but she's definitely sharp this afternoon. I do think that she is the horse to beat, and I wasn't going to try to go against her. But looking at a couple of other intriguing prospects, I think the 7 Kara's Time. She was disappointing last time, but I thought her race 2 starts back behind Roswell. She was running on well, and this was her that was her first start coming out of New York Bred Company as she'd gone through her New York Bred conditions, and she's one that sometimes just takes a little bit of time to get going and maybe try to figure out the best running style, but I think that she's one that's just doing well. She looks great in her weight in here. She's very relaxed in the paddock, sometimes can be a little bit agitated in the preliminaries. That's not the case today. She's keeping it under wraps and just looks like she's doing well. She's definitely impressed me from her physicality and her demeanor in comparison to what we sometimes can see from her. The number 1, Kids Last Laugh, comes off of a layoff, not having run since March, and I do like shorter for her. She's much better. Her races have been better going shorter. And the only disappointing effort since being in the Dutrow barn was when trying that mile. She obviously has the layoff to contend with, and I'm not familiar with her just having run at NYRA in the winter here. But looking at her off the bench, she's dappled out. She looks very fit off the layoff. She's handling herself well. I think this is the right spot for her. And more importantly, the barn has been going well lately. I do think she could strengthen up perhaps a little bit in her top line and in her hind end. But overall, she looks like she's doing well now. Maybe the hot streak will continue for Rick Dutrow. Greg?
6-1 on Kids Last Laugh from that inside post. Jose Gomez will ride for the Dutrow barn. Thank you, Acacia. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with a post parade for this 6th from Belmont at the Big A right after this.
And they're off in the Curlin Florida Derby. After 3 quarters in 112-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Our program, America's Day of the Race, is here, brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. This sixth race, 6 furlong sprint, fillies, mares 3 and up in this first allowance condition. And here's Kids Last Laugh, who put together back-to-back wins here at Aqueduct end of last year and early this year.
But they're going to have to get faster to be competitive here. I think if you like this horse, you're sort of hoping it runs well for Rick Dutro's barn. Has been going fairly well since we came back.
And
from
off
Saratoga.
since late March as well. Here's I'm Having a Moment, who's been off since January 5th for
Yeah, a good spot to go in here. I prefer others. It just seems like a little slow.
Her stablemate, 7-5 favorite. Here's Roswell, the one to beat.
Yeah, she is the one to beat. She has those seconds, but as you rightfully pointed out, she was finishing behind some pretty good horses.
Golden Degree had shown some speed, put together back-to-back wins at this track, May and June.
If you like her, she's likely to drift the 9-2, 5-1 area by post time. I think the track bias has helped dress her up a little bit.
Big price on Status Seeker. Rudy Rodriguez just comes off a win at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, she's going to have to get a lot faster to compete here.
Fernando Abreu barn with Killy Start.
Oh, he's a fan of Fernando Abreu and ran against much better horses last time. I wish I could have, she ran a little bit better in there, but if you want to bomb, maybe she can get a piece.
And second meeting with Kara's time in Roswell in the last couple of months.
Yeah, she's likely going to have to stalk Golden Degree. I don't know what happened last time, where her speed went. I think that's a bit of a concern. You go to her races 2 and 3 back, though, and she is a serious rival, the favorite here, and I'm hoping she can get back to them at a much bigger price.
She was 3 lengths behind Roswell in that July 19th meeting at Saratoga. Let's take a look at it. When Roswell wound up second behind a pretty good filly named Princess Madison.
Yeah, I mean, I think she ran well in here. Do I think she should have won? Well, Mrs. Madison's one of those Phil Bauer horses, and they aren't easy to beat. You could say, did she hang a little bit, or did she just lose to a better horse? Well, it's hard to knock a horse that has 2 seconds and 92 and 95 buyers, because it's very hard to see her running those figures and losing this race. The question is whether or not she sort of runs to her competition a bit, and I'm hoping the 7 can get the jump on her, and I don't think she'll be 7-2. I think she'll be closer to 5-2, but I think she's a reasonable alternative.
And now she drops down Roswell to that odds-on morning line. We'll see if this one can turn the tables on her here in the rematch. Let's go back down to Acacia.
We'll take a look at the number 4, Golden Degree, who is a relatively short price on the board. And she does have that figure 2 starts back of an 83 buyer with that win that sticks out like a sore thumb. And if she runs that race, it would make her a contender in here. It's just that she hasn't run anything close to that and was eased in the off-the-turf Galway last time out. I don't really know what to do with her. She's completely washed out today. She did get warm last time at Saratoga, but I don't remember her being this lathered up. She did warm up with the pony under Jose Lezcano, trying to keep her settled. She has some natural speed, winning a starter allowance and a maiden 40, 2 and 3 back by open lengths. I just wonder what to do with her. Now, she does get Lasix back on, and maybe if she is one that has the propensity to get really hot, that could help her. But for me, she's just going to have to do it again in the face of some of the tougher horses in here. The 6, Killy Start, is second off the claim for Fernando Abreu. She just might not be good enough, but she's a horse that I think could outrun her odds in here. She was wired by Nick Style, who I think is very talented last time out, and just ran second to Ways and Means in Graded Stakes Company. This one, she got very headstrong and hard to handle 2 starts back. Like I said, it's a big class test in here, but I thought that she matched up physically, and I have a lot of respect for Fernando Abreu, and sometimes when he does spot his horses aggressively, it actually pays off. So at a massive price, so I don't think she's a win candidate, maybe one to outrun those odds a little bit and run a bit better than her form might suggest. Greg?
23-1 on Killy Start, who was, just in against much too tough Nick Style.
Yeah, right.
Very good filly.
No, I agree. I thought she was a little bit she was a little bit interesting if you were looking at a price, and at 23-1, she's usable in sort of the bottom, whether they're tries or supers. I don't know if she's really good enough to win. I have a lot of respect for Fernando Abreu. I think he's a good trainer. I just didn't love the way she was running down the stretch, but she was out in the middle of the racetrack. The track was fair, though, I thought, that day at Saratoga.
Race away from our second graded stake on the card. That grade 3 way out is up next. My Own 3/8, $200,000 purse, and they're prepped for the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf. And we'll see if McCulloch can do it again.
And looking at the double prices, McCulloch and Ida Generation, who ran 1-2 in this race last year, they are the first and second choices. Ida Generation is going to go to the front, and that's what she does, and try to wire the field instead of sort of honest pace a little bit. We'll see if she's a horse that prefers a lot more given the ground. McCulloch needs to get covered up. She has never been a horse that's been able to produce her kick when she's been running out in the clear. So from the outside, it's a little tricky, but when you're Irad Ortiz, you should be up to the task. If she can get the rail and get herself covered up, I think she'll produce that kick and probably win. But that's a bit of an if, and a win there puts her over the $2 million mark.
It's impressive.
Yeah. She's been good from 2, 3, 4, and 5. Greatest stake winner at 3, 4, and 5 as well.
So that's to come. That's next in that grade 3 way. First things first, 3-5 favorite here in this first level allowance race, where Roswell, a very short price coming out of an overmatched grade 2 spot. And then you can make the argument the last 2 fillies she faced before that grade 2, those were ones who were at least, if not that level of company. Princess Madison, very soon they will be. Money's Gold has been in graded stakes, grade 1s.
If you're confident that her last race is an aberrant effort out of town, she's supposed to be a very heavy favorite in here. I'm trying to beat her with a 7, but I don't have some sort of supreme confidence. I just thought she was the most likely upsetter if you were trying to beat the 3. I'm not against the 3. I think it'd be foolish to be against her.
She'll at least Kara's Time, the 7, have first run on this big favorite.
Right. I mean, the key is, does she get her speed? I don't know what happened last time. She needs to be forward. Eric needs to get her out, and she probably sits outside of the 4 Golden Degree. If that horse doesn't have her usual speed, she should be in front. That's her game.
There's Eric Cancel. And, was nowhere near where she usually is last time out. And we'll see if the plan you would think would be different today. 3-1 second choice rematch with the 3-5 favorite Roswell. As we get set for the 6th, let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call.
Status Seeker's gone in. Here's Killy Start. And Kara's Time. Last to load. Kara's Time. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Kara's Time breaks out on top, and in between horses, Golden Degree is in the early mix, and here's Golden Degree is now up by a half length. Tightly at the rails, Kid's Last Laugh is right there with I'm Having a Moment. A lineup of 3 behind the runaway leader, Golden Degree. Golden Degree is 3 lengths clear. Hustle Along still at the rail. Kid's Last Laugh is trying to hold that position, is now back to 3rd as I'm Having a Moment. Split Rivals has taken 2nd with 4 furlongs left to go. Wide run here, Kara's Time. 4 wide is going to be Killy Start. Does have some momentum. The 2 at the back, Roswell with the trailer Status Seeker. 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter mile, and they're all chasing Golden Degree. Golden Degree is doing it nicely for Jose Lezcano. Here comes the gray. Kara's Time is in pursuit, is in the clear. I'm Having a Moment. Starts to stall, is back to 4th. This Killy Start has been wide throughout, but they've got to get to Golden Degree, who's showing no signs of stopping so far. Kara's Time is in full pursuit, approaching that final furlong. Golden Degree still got a comfortable margin, is up by 5. 16th left to go. Golden Degree broke out of the gate, and it was over. Golden Degree wins it. Golden Degree wins it over Kara's Time. Late rally there from Kid's Last Laugh and Killy Start in 1 minute 9 and 4.
Golden Degree was like a rocket ship out of the gate, is now won 3 of the last 4 starts. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
I'm speechless, to be honest. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't know where this race came from. I know she had a big figure 2 back. I thought the track kind of carried her that day. She just dominated here. I mean, Eric couldn't throw the anchor down fast enough in the 7, but frankly, this horse was going fast early, and so maybe sitting behind her more should have been efficient. The only problem is she just never stopped rolling along. I'm stunned. I find the results here puzzling race after race after race, to be honest with you.
Broke so sharp, opened up a big lead, and yet just never came back to the field at all. 109 and 4. Final time for the 6 furlongs here for Golden Degree. Linda Rice owns part of this 3-year-old filly as well. Beating older company in this spot. And just a no-show effort again from the big favorite, Roswell.
Well, and I mean, as you brought up, she ran badly last time. And as you know, we said, while I think we thought it was Charlestown, it was really reasonable to try to forgive it. She was 3-5 in here. Listen, I tried to beat her. I did beat her. But my horse came nowhere close to beating the horse that won the race, who I couldn't have had in a million years. I don't know how far. I'm thinking all, and I would have had the 7-4 double. Race 5 and 6. I mean, all, there's a reasonable chance I would have hit it. Not a cinch, though, because I definitely wasn't using Menti unless I had to.
Jose Lezcano, Linda Rice, Golden Degree on a roll right now. 3 wins the last 4 starts and didn't have the best of starts either out of the gate. Little slip coming out. Did not impact her at all. So Golden Degree just keeps on rolling. Got even stronger down the stretch. Long way back to Kara's time, second. And again, Roswell nowhere in the end. 4-7, 1-6 finish. Grade 3 Weah is up next. Mile and 3/8 on the grass. Prep for the Breeders' Cup, Filly and Mare Turf. And Arad Ortiz Jr. and McCulloch for Klarovich and Chad Brown. Can they go back-to-back in this race? 2-5 favorites. Won it easily last year. Got to deal with their stablemate this time around again.
The classic looks of a two-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Was Full Count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War.
Fort Washington on the outside.
Goliath, razor sharp to score in the Thunder Road.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. There's Jose Lezcano heading to the winner's circle on Golden Degree for trainer Linda Rice. And this one was, I guess, in hindsight, over very early on.
Oh, yeah, no, this was over. She never stopped. She's going to be increasing her margin as she went on. This was an incredibly impressive performance. And it's not like from what we had seen so far today that it was some big inside type track. I mean, sort of going back and looking, we haven't run that many dirt races, but it didn't feel like some sort of strong bias carried her. I don't know what to say. I don't know where this race came from, but she just ran a huge race.
Another Kentucky claim for Linda Rice, claim for $30,000. And now again, since that claim, has won 3 of 4 for the Linda Rice barn. $11.40 for the victory. Kara's time, Kids Last Laugh, run second and third. Our pick 5, late pick 5, began with a price tongue twister at 9-1. Menti at 4-1 in that turf debut. And we'll, Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, as Todd Pletcher said, his trainer, not a certainty. Maybe thinking the longer race, the Juvenile Turf. We'll wait and see. Up next, Grade 3 Weah, mile and 3/8 on the grass, Fillies and Mares 3 and up. The prep for the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. And last year's winner, McCulloch, back for more, but so is her stablemate Idea Generation, who just beat her as a rabbit in the Grade 2 Flower Bowl to set some pace. She just kept on going at 31-1.
Listen, she was a rabbit in this race last year, and she finished second, so it's not as though she hasn't shown some credentials. Now, both of those races were on yielding turf courses, and today's course is closer to firm, so she doesn't get the same give that she's gotten, but maybe she's just a horse, and keep in mind, this is a horse they loved before she ever ran. She obviously didn't live up to it, but maybe she's a horse that excels in longer races when she's able to run freely on the front end. Her stablemate, McCulloch, the more likely winner, she's a quirky horse who needs to be covered up. She wasn't covered up last time. She didn't produce her kick. If she gets covered up, she can produce her kick like we saw in the Glens Falls, which would make her way the horse to beat.
We'll see. It's going to be fun to watch. Idea Generation going to try and open up on this field again, just like she did in that Flower Bowl. We'll see if everyone can try and run her down, including her stablemate, trying to go back-to-back in this race. They are, without question, the most dominant duo in this sport, much like the Williams sisters in tennis or the Manning brothers in football. The impact of Irad Ortiz and his brother Jose in this sport is undeniable, but as competitive as they are with each other on the track, they are supportive of each other off of it.
Every single sport that we play, we compete. We play this game every day.
Who do you think is gonna be the winner there? We never face each other against each other. We never did.
Like now.
Like now, yeah. Energy de qué? Energy de qué? First of all, it's very fun to share your success with your brother. We spend together more than 15 hours a day.
We know how to manage business and life, real life, so that's pretty good. When we understand that, we have a line right there, it's perfect.
Despite how close the brothers are, sometimes their competitive nature lends itself to some tense moments.
We've been very heated moments. We curse a lot and say a lot about words in Spanish.
When we was younger, we never throw punches, but we've been so close.
Yeah. We don't talk about races before the race runs.
It's fun. It's
Ira is very quiet, like you cannot say nothing. It's like on his own, and
I don't want to know anything about his thing.
yeah, it's very fun when you can outsmart the competition. I have to think how he thinks to try to beat him. It's very hard to a rider like Ira try to read his mind before he does it because he's so unpredictable. He's one of the best, and I think he has made me better.
Sometimes I come out to Jose, why you will do different if you ride the race again? He say nothing. I say, are you sure? Because I have another mind. I see something different that probably he don't see. And like the same thing happened to me.
While the brothers push each other to be better riders on the track, Irad credits Jose with making him the man he wants to be away from it.
He used to be too on the muscle, like too keen, and I tell him he need to calm down and think before he do things and say things. He started winning like crazy and started winning all the Eclipse Awards. And I told him just, my job is to keep you grounded and keep you doing the right thing.
As a person, I think he made me better. He's so good at some things that I'm not. So I try to get whatever I can get of him to make me better in that part of the racetrack.
He's been working, so he's been doing a lot better, become a better person, a better father, better son, and everything. So it's nice to see that.
Always gonna have him. He's my brother, he's my blood. I love him.
Both incredibly talented riders, and you look at the accomplishments. Irad Ortiz Jr. closing in on 4,000 victories. They're like fire and ice, two very different temperaments, both incredibly successful.
Oh, they're both just superior riders. And it's interesting with Jose going to Kentucky. It's, maybe he's doing well there, with some success there, obviously. He really seemed to want to raise his kids there, Ian Taylor. I was talking to him a bit. He likes living there. He said a little more driving sometimes from the tracks, but he seems to be happy there. And we're glad he's happy there, but we're glad that Irad's here as well. And they're just great riders.
It's been a treat to watch them and to watch, both, obviously, but Irad Ortiz Jr. and that just will to win that he has every single time he gets him out. It's just incredible.
I remember when Jose first sort of appears as an apprentice, Irad had already sort of made a bit of a name here for himself. He was still very young, and I think he was riding more at Parks, Jose, and Richie Migliori said to me, you got to see Irad's brother, Jose, who's riding at Parks. He might be as good as Irad, and he turned out to be, if not quite as good as Irad, pretty darn close.
They are sensational. We're going to see Irad Ortiz Jr., of course, coming up on McCulloch, trying to go back-to-back in this race. He won at Honor last year. New York Racing Association continuing to celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, recognizing the history, culture, and contributions of trailblazing Hispanic and Latino Americans in this country. We're going to take a timeout. 6-5 favorite in the Grade 3 weigh-in. McCulloch will try and go back-to-back, and that's the one Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables as this 5-year-old mare looks to move over $2 million in career earnings when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Nestled behind the gates of Hillendale Farm at Alapa, you can find a cabin-like 5,000 square foot home called the Treehouse. It's a new one-of-a-kind getaway destination located in the heart of horse country. The home offers hewn beams, flooring made from lumber harvested from Maker's Mark's original rickhouse. A room with vintage horse saddles, the collection includes one that belonged to the king of rock and roll himself, Elvis Presley. You can enjoy a drink or a meal on the back screened porch or one of 4 decks that overlook the tranquil Stoner Creek. Upon request, reservations can be purchased to experience an inside look of a working thoroughbred farm with a tour of Hillendale. The Treehouse now offers a unique place to stay on the grounds that house the famed Kentucky Stallion Station and Thoroughbred Nursery of Hillendale at Alapa.
stunning property out there. Our program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa as we get set for the second of 2 graded stakes on this Friday card here. Great three-way, 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And there is the defending champ in the race, McCulloch for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables.
Yeah, and as I said before, if she can find a way from that outside post, and I feel like that could be Chad Brown's first trip to Aqueduct, like a lot of trainers at Keeneland at the sales for a while. I think he was here a couple weeks ago. She's got to get herself covered up. And if Irad can find a way to sort of ease back and get her behind some horses and get some cover, she'll probably produce that kick. But listen, her stablemate, Idea Generation, could be dangerous on the front end. The crazy thing going on the board is the clear-cut second choice, and I believe she's second choice in multis as well, is the 5 Beautiful Love. She is far and away the least likely horse to win this race on paper. Her winning effort in the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational will probably get her at best 5th here.
3-year-old filly facing older company, but yeah, that barn always, and those ownership, Charlie Appleby, Godolphin, they always take money. They are again, but it's McCulloch. Even money favorite as we go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start there with McCulloch. In fact, we'll take a look at both of Chad's horses here in the paddock, and McCulloch trying to defend her title. Now, I was disappointed with her effort last time out. I do think there's an argument to say that she is just the best horse in this field. And I thought that Andy brought up an interesting point about her needing cover, which she did not get last time out, where her stablemate wired the field. And it was also raining, softer course, and while McCulloch has run well on courses with give in it, I do think that she prefers when it is a little bit firmer. Now, she's forward as she typically is. One thing I will say, she's more tucked up today than she was in Saratoga, and sometimes you can kind of watch how she's doing. She wears her heart on her sleeve. Like I said, maybe she is just the best horse in this field, and she's a deserving favorite, but I think that she has some intriguing competition the more that I look at it here in the paddock. Now, the number 6, Idea Generation, when speaking to Chad after that Flower Bowl, he said that he thought that she's better when she's able to run on a course with some give in it. Now, she's going to not have that today, but she's very sharp, and she has progressed. And as we have mentioned, this is one that the barn had always thought highly of, even from her very first start. And she's done well. She's dappled out today. She's held her weight very well from that last start, and I thought that she looked tremendous in the paddock in that Flower Bowl for what it's worth. Just didn't think that she was maybe quite good enough to hold on, but she got so comfortable, her ears up, the clear sign of a horse that just was so relaxed in that effort. She's bubbling underneath the surface, as you like to see again today, and maybe just letting her run free is the case of it as well, as she did run quite well with that running style in the way up last year, though that was also on a yielding turf course. Now, Christophe Montes send out to the number 3, La Mejana, comes in off a bit of a layoff, unfortunately sick this summer, missing the Flower Bowl, has been training forwardly since then, and she could have had a little bit more kick, I thought, in the Sheepshead Bay 2 starts back, but one that has run some good races, and with the way we've seen the turf course playing, could get a good trip. She saddled with the pony. She came in with a training saddle, just steps to keep her calm, especially off the layoff, but she looks great. She looks really powerful off the bench as well, and if she's fit enough off that bit of a layoff, like I said, thought that she could potentially get a good ground-saving trip with Kendrick Harmouche in the saddle. Greg?
There's Kendrick hopping aboard. La Mejana, been off since early July at Delaware.
Well, she's a massive overlay at 7-1. I mean, she's forgetting about the 5, who has no chance. She's a bigger price than Immensitude. We don't know that Immensitude wants to really go this far. I mean, she did go 1.25 miles and 5/16 unsuccessfully over in Europe. I think that La Mejana is clearly an overlay in here at 7-1. To me, she's the second or third likeliest winner.
Here's our post grade. We start with the mare who inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1, Avenue Neal.
Yeah. The board just changed dramatically as somebody made an overwhelming bet on the number 7. Avenue Neal did win last time, but against an inferior field.
Yeah, McCulloch's become a 2-5 favorite. Here's the stablemate, La Mejana.
Wasn't me, I'm broke. LSU looking for another stakes win after winning again with Farbridge. Yeah. And this horse is a player in here.
Here's Immensitude for Bill Mott.
Yeah, I mean, she's a bit of a wild card, but there's nothing. I mean, Mott's just taking a shot in here and can't blame him.
3-year-old filly for Charlie Appleby and Godolphin. Beautiful Love.
Until the crazy bet came in the 7, she was the one creating value on the board as the second choice.
As
Still
a
is.
rabbit wired the field in the Flower Bowl at 31-1, Idea Generation.
I mean, they're not going to be 12-1, but they're all inviting prices with what just happened here.
1-5. She was even money a few moments ago. Now 1-5 on McCulloch.
Let me look and see what kind of bet was probably just made on her. Wow. So, well, Beautiful Love had about 7,000, and she was like 7-2, right? So about 5 times about 40,000 was in the pool. Somebody bet about $40,000, I think, on McCulloch.
Wow.
I think about 35 to 40,000 on her.
Brave. Track stats. Get the inside track on handicapping with NaraBet's track stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Belmont at the Big A? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, go to NaraBets.com. That is a large wager on McCulloch to try and get back 1-5 on your money.
She doesn't feel like a 1-5 shot, does she?
No. She does not. And look, it's not a huge field, but early on has to try and get over from that outside post, too.
Well, the Irad's got to find a way to get her covered up. And I'm sure Irad thinks that's his job here. If she gets covered up, she should produce her kick. If she doesn't win, there's nothing he can do about it. When she's good, she's good. Now, this is a race at Gulfstream that's irrelevant because the horse that finished behind her is scratched. It's really the Saratoga race where she's run better. When she roosts her kick, she's good, and she moved a little prematurely here, still held up surprising. She was extremely good winning the Glens Falls 2 races back, running, I think, the fastest buyer figure she's ever run, suggesting she's every bit as good as she ever was.
She's 1-9 now.
Betting a little more. She had 56,000 the last time I look. Well, it didn't go up that much.
Incredible.
What's going
what
on
we're
here?
seeing in this race
Wackiest
coming up.
thing I've ever seen.
Here is Idea Generation. So her stablemate primarily was, look, maybe, as you said, they found what they want with her. They had high hopes for her before she ever ran. But now maybe going long on the grass, she's kind of growing into herself.
And this is what I'm talking about with the race in the Flower Bowl. And I know it seems like you're making excuses, but we've seen this before with McCulloch. Look at her race in the Sheepshead Bay, where she didn't produce a closing kick, finishing a bad 4th. That race, she also was running outside of horses uncovered. She's a horse that needs to be covered up to make her kick. It's not that shocking for horses. She has that European pedigree, and it's the way she runs. And truthfully, she still ran well enough in a year where she's probably one of the worst to beat. This current money, though, is just nuts. Well, I mean, I'm looking now, there's 64,000, but the money's just pouring in.
She is heavily the one to beat. There's no question.
Yeah, she's an even money
But,
shot.
yes,
4 to 5 to
even
even money. She's a horse that can be quirky, too, with an outside post.
Yeah.
It's got to work out the right trip. And, what's to say her entry may can't run well? The 3 horses run respectively? I mean, yeah, she's the horse to beat. But, just because horses win doesn't make them the right price.
Meanwhile, is there, with Idea Generation, her stablemate, who did wire that field at 31-1, do you believe that can be produced again? And how far in front do you think she's going to be in this race? She opened up, 6 lengths on the field in the Flower Bowl?
I mean, I think that she's going to go cruising the front. I don't want to see Eric go so slowly. I mean, keep in mind, she went 51 last time, but that was on a boggy course. So she can go 49 and change here, and it's still comfortable. You'd like to think she'll do that.
Let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I picked McCulloch here too on the handicapping show, but that is a crazy price. And as far as Beautiful Love, who is taking some attention, now she faced straight 3-year-olds in her last couple of starts, so stepping up to face older in here today. But one thing I will say, and I commented on this last time before she won the Jockey Club Oaks, is that she was so much more settled here at Aqueduct in that Lake Placid 2 starts back, just really wound up, getting very hot. Just looked like she really just needed to strengthen, and she took a huge step forward before that Jockey Club Oaks win, in which she did accelerate pretty nicely. So maybe she is one that's just doing better mentally mentally. Again, just so much better. She continues to progress. I do think that she has to take a step forward off of what we've seen her run here stateside so far, but there has been a progression with her. The number 2, Avenue Niel, a horse that has relished getting out to those longer distances here in America too, now making the 3rd start off her layoff. Just needed that race for fitness, 2 starts back. Unfortunately had been rained off several times throughout Saratoga, and then got the win last time out. So stepping back into stakes company for the first time here stateside. So it does have to take a step forward, but she's another one that has come off the layoff here as a 5-year-old and has continued to strengthen and progress too. Mentally also very relaxed and switched off, which you like to see for these longer distances. So she's one that's also trending in the right direction, but I think for both of these, this will be a test as they step up to this level of competition, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. This race, of course, named after the 1979 champion older female who won the Flower Bowl, won the Diana, equaling a world record at the time for a 1 1/8 on the turf, and actually beat males in a couple of races, including the Man of War. We have in this division.
I was there when she won the Man of War.
I knew you were going to say that.
I was, with my grandmother.
The mare waiting for whoever wins this race and moves on to the Breeders' Cup. Obviously, Warlike Goddess, who's beat the boys on occasion, just came up short against the boys. We'll be waiting for them, and obviously some Europeans.
Yeah, I don't think McCulloch is going to the Breeders' Cup.
Okay.
There's a possibility, I think, if Idea Generation should run really well, because don't forget, she won a win, you're in. It's the Flower Bowl back at Saratoga. So I think it's not impossible if she were to run really well in here and show her last race wasn't just a fluke, that she could go there. But I don't think you'll see McCulloch. You know, she tried it before and just wasn't good enough. And I don't think Chad Brown wants to send her out. She can stay here and run a race like the Long Island. So I would expect that McCulloch is not going to the Breeders' Cup.
1-2. There she is, and she'll need to try and run down again her stablemate, which she was unable to do just a month ago, August 31st at Saratoga. And like Idea Generation got to do that. And her 2 best efforts, you know, even when she was runner-up in this race last year, they both, for Idea Generation, come on yielding turf courses.
They do, and that's the question, right? Is she a horse that's just a little bit better on those kind of courses? And while this course is firm, it's gotten a bit firmer. It's on the firmer side. It's not as firm as it can be, but it's also October, and it's more firm than it was last week. But we'll see. Is she just improving? Is she a better horse in the front end? We'll find out more about her. In a lot of ways, she's kind of the interesting horse in here in that regard. Now, I think the 3, La Mejana, is a crazy overlay at 10-1. I don't understand how she's twice the price of the 5, who's impossible on paper, and even a bigger price than Immensitude. I mean, what is wrong with La Mejana? I don't love her, but why can't she win here? Especially if the favorite doesn't win. Don't you think she's a bit of an overlay at 10-1?
She is.
I mean, even relative to the horses around her. Do you really think she's similarly likely to win as Avenue Niel?
I was a little intrigued by Avenue Niel.
Okay.
I mean, I think McCulloch is much the horse to beat. She would have to not show up. The others would have to step up a little potentially.
But look to see what kind of trip she gets. Look to see if Irad can get her with cover early in here, because that's going to tell a big tale. If she gets covered up, even if she's in the 2-path, now primarily you want to be on the rail. We have seen the rail for the last 2 days on the inner turf course. The horses that have been successful and even in runner-up positions, for the most part, have spent a significant portion of the race inside. And keep in mind, at 1 3/8 and 3 turns, a significant portion of the race is over a mile.
Meanwhile, Avenue Niel, back to gets to save ground early from that inside post. It is the 3rd start off the bench of her 5-year-old season, and she's gotten a little bit better going these longer distances. Maybe 2 with her. They've found the right move.
Maybe. I thought that she beat a very weak field at Kentucky Downs last time. That was my opinion. But she is seemingly a better horse going longer and improved horse recently. Her race against Aspen Grove, though, was a good one. Aspen Grove would be a player in this race.
3-5 favorite. McCulloch, trying to go back-to-back in this race. She was 2-5 last year. She's 3-5 right now. She got as low as 1-9 on the board at one point. Grade 3 Weah. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Last 2 to load, Idea Generation and McCulloch. McCulloch goes in. All set for the Weah. And they're off. Idea Generation right out to the front. Shows that speed, and Idea Generation quickly over to the rail will show the way, is up by a length and a half. At the rail there is Avenue Niel. Applies mild pressure here as Immensitude is in the red cap, has got some forward momentum, is now a challenging second. Beautiful Love, Joel Rosario, they're comfortable in fourth as McCulloch is now going to tuck right in behind Beautiful Love, second to last, and the trailer, La Mejana. It's an easy tempo early. Idea Generation was intent to get to the front and has the lead. Now a touch keen as Idea Generation went 22.35 for that posted opening quarter. And Idea Generation wants to go, is tugging at Eric Cancel. Still up by about a length as Immensitude is comfortable right there watching the action from second. Just behind them, ground saving journey for Avenue Niel. Beautiful Love travels as a pair there with McCulloch, who's just patiently ridden, very comfortable there for Rad Ortiz Jr., and the trailer continues to be La Mejana. They work into the turn, and Idea Generation now kicks on a bit, and Eric Cancel is going to let Idea Generation run here. Is now up by about 2.5 lengths, and you can see the tempo is picked up front. Idea Generation and Immensitude. Junior Alvarado, they go right after this leader. Beautiful Love is tracking third, is still 6 lengths off the lead. Just behind that, losing a touch of ground, was Avenue Niel, is back to fourth. McCulloch is now off the rail, has moved towards the outside, is in the 2 path, is still second to last, and the trailer continues to be La Mejana. 1:16 and 4 for 3/4 of a mile. They've got less than a half mile to go here in the Weah. Idea Generation is in front. Immensitude has chased throughout, is right in behind this leader. Immensitude just waiting for the cue. Now Beautiful Love is in gear, starts the sprint for home. Also Avenue Niel, McCulloch trying to pick it up from there as they are sprinting away from McCulloch right now. McCulloch is at the back of the field with La Mejana. Idea Generation went 1:41 and 4 for the mile, and here comes Immensitude ready to pounce towards the outside. Immensitude to the outside of Idea Generation. McCulloch starts to rally. La Mejana was at the back and dives down towards the inside. It is Immensitude trying to fend off La Mejana with a ground-saving journey. Immensitude is a nose in front. La Mejana catching with every single stride. La Mejana gets up and wins the Weah. La Mejana wins it over Immensitude, then came Beautiful Love and Avenue Niel in 2 minutes, 17 and 3.
Been quite a run of late for these owners. LSU Stables, couple of grade 1s with Farbridge, now La Mejana in the grade 3 Weah.
And this is another race where Kendrick Armouche, staying on the rail every step of the way, was able to get the job done. A fabulous ride by him, the second place finisher on the rail, till she had to come off to try to go around the pace setter in the stretch, but being in the inside helped. And McCulloch was terrible. I mean, yes, it's very hard to make runs down the middle of the racetrack, but she didn't produce any kind of run whatsoever in here. Credit the winner, and the winner, as we said before the race, was an absolutely ridiculous overlay in this race. Just absurd that she's 9-1 here. She should have been the second choice. She should have been the second choice. It's as simple as that.
So Yellow Cap on the rail, sitting at about 5th right now, and here comes the move.
There's Kendrick on the gold rail, and if you didn't believe me about the way the rail's playing, then you're just not paying attention, but such a huge advantage and such a terrific ride by Irad. Second time we've seen a great stakes win for LSU with a rider astutely coming up the inside.
So 9-1 upset here. Grade 3 Weah La Mejana, 6th win, 16 starts in her career. And LSU Stables and Christophe Clement. It's been a good partnership this summer.
Christophe's been on a very, very good run, and they've done well. And this is it's an excellent ride by Kendrick, though, really. And listen, Junior gave Immensitude a very good ride as well. She had to come off to go around the number 6 Idea Generation, but she stayed right down inside behind her. And nice performance, nice ride, and it just shows, and I think a lot of the racetrack. But McCulloch, racetrack hurt her, but she was bad. I mean, it did her no favors, but
and meanwhile,
still.
her stablemate, Idea Generation, fighting with Eric Cancel early. She was not comfortable early on in the race.
But to be fair, she was never winning under any circumstance. But I agree. If you're going to send him out like that, fighting him early, you think of how comfortable she got last time with Florent Geroux, how comfortable she was rolling along on the front end. Here, she was fighting the rider, and That's just not the way you want to get them comfortable. But she wasn't winning anyway.
3, 4, 5, 2, 9-1 over 9-1 over 4-1 over 12-1. The 3-5 favorite does not hit the board. Last year's winner of this race. And look, tough outside post to try and tuck in, secure position. And in the end, no punch down the lane for Mikulik here.
Nope.
Who has provided a lot of big moments in her career.
She has, and once again, yes, the turf course has hindered her best progress, but she ran so badly, it's more than the turf course. Feels like Mikulik, who had a great career, her best races are behind her, I guess you'd have to say fairly.
Kendrick Carmouche, meanwhile, soaking it up with this win.
I don't know who he's talking to, but
La Mejana.
He's talking to somebody.
He's usually talking. And he's usually very positive, and he's got a lot to be positive about with this win. Where you want to be on this course, he put La Mejana in the right position to win, and she did the rest. 6th win on the turf in 15 tries for the Christophe Clement Barn and LSU Stables with Kendrick Carmouche aboard. We'll wrap up the weigh-in when we come back.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the World's Marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. It's La Mejana, Kendrick Carmouche for Christophe Clement and LSU Stables in the Grade 3 weigh. Our Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. So La Mejana, Grade 3 victory, first win here in the States.
Yeah, and Kendrick Carmouche deserves a ton of credit for absolutely understanding the way the racetrack was playing, being adamant about sticking to the inside the entire race, and make no mistake, without that ride from Kendrick, immensitudes in the winner's circle, and these people really, Kendrick, riders can be overrated sometimes. They get too much blame when they lose, and Kendrick deserves a lot of credit for this win.
Indeed. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And very happy to be joined by Randy Sarf of LSU Stables. La Mejana coming up the inside. What a beautiful trip for her and a strong finish today, Randy.
Wow, amazing. You know, she's been off for the last 90 days. Yeah, she had a fever once and she had a fever twice. You know, she spent the whole summer up in Saratoga after we were in Delaware, sweating at 106 degrees there. She came back, she rested. We knew she was going to show up today. We knew. I told Christophe this morning, get dressed up. We're taking a picture. He said, you said that to me last week at Farbridge. I said, I talked to her this morning. She listened. Her coat was beautiful, and she knew she was going to run good today. And I'm proud of her. Kendrick gave a great ride. And Team Clement and Team LSU, baby. All the way.
And as you said, I mean, she looked a picture. And what a last couple of weeks with Farbridge winning the Joe Hirsch and now La Mejana here. Can you describe that winning feeling? Because watching you all celebrate is so much fun.
It's unimaginable. It's every day. It's just a happiness. You know, this is not about money. Last night I had all the jockeys and some of the trainers come in last night just to share the happiness and see my place and show it. It's happiness. Happiness. There's no value on happiness. So we're very happy. We're moving on. This is a horse that we brought from France. And you know what? It takes time to get them going. And you know what? We got here.
Well, enjoy it. Wish you could bottle that feeling, but it's certainly going to be a good celebration today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
La Mejana with her first stateside victory, Greg.
Does it at 9-1 too, an inflated price. If you like this one, Andy was talking about it throughout the wagering, just way too much money on McCulloch, and everyone was a bigger price than they should have been.
Yep. And she was even too big a price, even without the McCulloch money, but she definitely was too big a price because of the way too much money in McCulloch.
So another big number in this late pick 5. With one race remaining. Look at that, all double digits here. This is going to be good. It's a 6-furlong turf sprint to close it out. New York breds. Allowance race, 3-year-olds and up, 5-2. On Lil Lang, Jose Lezcano will ride for Jorge Abreu. 2 near misses, although one got put up via DQ the last couple of starts.
Yeah, I think that she is the horse to beat Lil Lang, or he is, He should be the inside speed, and there appears to be some other speeds outside him, but I think he's way the horse to beat in here.
So Lezcano for Jorge Abreu. We already know we have a pick 6 carryover.
We do, because the one ridiculous priced horse.
And to Lil Lang, late pick 5, over $9,200. Some very big ones, not that that's not big, but even bigger elsewhere. So if you're alive in this pick 5, good luck to everybody. We're going to take a timeout. We're going to preview some action coming up on our Saturday card that is tremendous. It includes 4 graded stakes, including the final leg of the Turf Triple Series. We'll have the story of Carson Yost and the horse named in his honor is trying to pull off 2/3 of the Turf Triple and the Jockey Club Derby Invitational on Saturday.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Vekoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Vekoma the one to catch? Vekoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday afternoon. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Grade 3 Weah in the books. Lammihana with the win. We have the finale coming up next. The touching bond that the late Cody Dorman and the horse named in his honor, eventual Horse of the Year Cody's Wish, shared was a story that transcended the sport. Inspired by that connection, West Point Thoroughbreds Terry Finley reached out to an old friend whose son suffers from the same rare genetic disorder.
Tell me a little bit about your relationship with Wade Yost and how you all came to know one another.
Wade spent 20 years in the military. He retired in 2006, and we all graduated together in '86. I think we met like 42 years ago when we were plebes at West Point. About 6 years after we graduated, the Gulf War started, and he spent a lot of time around the burn pits. The kids that were born from the soldiers that returned from that period of time, if you look at the numbers, there are about 3.5 million kids that are born every year. And I think over the last 10 years, there have been on average 78 that had challenges at birth and in their lives. And like, of course, Carson being one of them. Carson is 32 years old. You know, if you look at the graphs, he probably should not have made it to 20 years old, but he's a fighter every single day.
I think people in racing became a little more familiar with the disease that Carson suffers from in Wolff-Hirschhorn syndrome, the same situation we saw Cody Dorman affected by. But for Carson, he's not able to communicate as much as Cody was.
All of us are hopeful that Carson, while he can't communicate outwardly, the love and the joy and the excitement can go back into him. Carson's run is really providing him something that he's never had in his life. He's never had a chance to walk, and he's never had a chance to obviously run.
Carson's Run puts his head in front. Carson's Run wins it over Moonlight.
When did you decide you wanted to name a horse after Carson and be able, like you said, to bring the family along on that journey?
Wade and I have been talking about doing something in the horse business, and ironically, it was on the Derby broadcast that he saw, the whole Cody's Wish story, and as soon as he saw Cody, he knew that they had the same issue. And so the Dormans and the Yosts, they got together at the Breeders' Cup, and everything just fell into place. Quite frankly, I don't know how or why. It just popped in my head. Like when we bought him, I remember Wade was my first call.
It was one of the most incredible moments when Carson the horse and Carson the human got to meet at the Breeders' Cup. And he was so gentle. That amazing quality of the thoroughbred was really on display.
I remember that day, they had never been around horses, and Carson, the horse and the young man just make that connection, and their parents saw that right away. And I think everybody that was around us, we all knew that we were seeing something special.
Carson's Run on the outside with big strides to the lead.
The odds of two young men with really loving families from two different parts of the country to come together through racing, that there is, I'd say, something else at work here. And you think about God's grace, and you think about how he sends signals to us. And I really do. I think this is a signal. All of us have a chance to give these kids something that they hadn't had before.
Well, Carson's Run started out really good early on in his career, fell off a little bit, and now he's kind of refound that very good form. He'll have a chance Saturday to take 2/3 of this Turf Triple Series.
Well, with Legend of Time expected to scratch, he's the morning line favorite in here. His biggest threat may well come from his stablemate in there, deterministic.
This is a look at that Grade 1 win. Saratoga Derby this summer at 1 mile and 3/16 when he beat Legend of Time in a stablemate.
Yeah, he got a great ride by Dylan Davis, sort of saving ground inside and producing, and as the distance got longer, he got stronger, and he came back with a very good second behind the favorite in the very prestigious $3.1 million Nashville Derby, run an hour from Nashville at Kentucky Downs. He's gotten very good. The problem is he was a decent price in here. Now you're talking about the favorite, so from a gambling standpoint, sort of the bloom is off the rose, but make no mistake, he's good, and he's the horse to beat.
Dylan Davis will be back aboard after he was on for that right in that Saratoga Derby Invitational. What do you think about a stablemate?
I think that if Deterministic is going to turn the tables and win here, they're going to ride him more aggressively. I have no idea who decided that this horse is a deep closer. Far and away, the best race he's ever run is his Gotham, where he was just off of a very fast pace. Since then, he's been literally dragged back in every race he's been in. And while he won the Virginia Derby, he was a very short price that day. If he's going to be effective in this race, they have got to be aggressive. And if he was my horse, I would tell the rider, finish last, but do it while going to the front end early.
Stablemates will line up. Grade 3 Jockey Club Derby Invitational, part of a star-studded lineup Saturday afternoon. 4 graded stakes, including 2 grade 1s for 2-year-olds, the fillies in the Frizette, boys in the grade 1 Champagne. That includes hopeful winner Chancer McPatrick as they try and move on to championship weekend at Del Mar in early November. Let's go to Acacia.
And we'll start things off with the number 3, Lil Lang, here in the paddock for the nightcap. A horse that is taking money, and rightfully so, I think. I think he's just a little bit better than what he might be facing as he gets back on the turf, and his turf races have been strong. 2 starts back, elevated to first through disqualification, but finishing with Final Verdict, who just came back to win again the other day, has been in terrific form recently, and this is just a handier type of horse that I think is back on his preferred surface and could really be the horse to beat in here. Now we'll take a look at a couple of wild cards towards the outside. The 10 Twisted Filigree, I think, has run very well since coming back here as a 3-year-old, and he does have tactical speed as well. Now he is starting to get a little bit long in the coat. He is a big burly type of horse, often does carry a lot of conditioning. He's sharp here in the paddock as well, though. He's handling himself well. Could try to send from the outside, or maybe trying to settle, as I know they have tried to rate him a bit, see what kind of trip he gets from the outer post. Now the number 11, Final Denial, cutting back in distance, which I do like. I questioned him going a little bit longer, and he did stumble coming out from the rail in that race last time out as well, going 1 1/16. I think that this does suit him better. But one thing I will say, I like the 6 better than the 5.5 for him, and this could just be the right place. Incredibly fit, and maybe in the right spot, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. There's Joel Rosario hopping aboard Clemont's Final Denial. And here comes our post parade. We'll start with Volkert from the rail.
Coming out of cheaper races out of town, but ran well enough last time that isn't completely impossible here.
Noble Journey, 0 for 5 on the turf, but we'll try it again.
Yeah, gets back on a surface that he has shown no proficiency on in the past. That's a big price.
Favorite, Lil Lang for Jorge Abreu with Jose Lezcano.
I'd like to see Jose be aggressive, put him on the front end, and hope for the best. He's the horse to beat.
Hey, Mac, it's Jack with Rat Ortiz Jr.
He doesn't able to get out of the gate anymore, and thus he doesn't have the speed he once had.
Street Rod, 2 back, broke his maiden at Gulfstream on the grass.
Second off a layoff, maybe he could improve a little bit.
Eddie the Great at 14-1, Luis Rivera Jr.
Pulled off an upset here a few years ago, but he too has been running in cheaper races out of town.
Noble Huntsman, another big price next door with Ruben Silvera.
He actually didn't run badly last time in the 5.5 furlong race with Trouble, but I don't know if this course is going to suit his running style.
Here's the hero of the way, Kendrick Carmouche on Empire Sky.
Not impossible. His last turf race was pretty good.
Yeah, and a big number, 13-1.
Yep.
Your man Alex, Melanie Giddings.
He's kind of a suck-up, pick-up-the-pieces type horse if the race is falling apart, which I guess is possible.
Twisted Filigree should be forward for George Weaver.
I think they're going to look to rate him more today, and you won't see them be as bit aggressive, which may or may not help his chances.
But tactically, yeah, can be.
Yeah, but I think with taking the blinkers off, I think they've wanted him to be as aggressive. We'll see if he rates a little more here.
Final Denial went by with Joel Rosario for Clement. Here's Master Freud.
Yeah, I mean, this horse ran very well to break his maiden, but he was with the racetrack last time. He's kind of a last time was the time horse.
5 minutes not possible. From this finale on this Friday card here at Belmont at the Big A. Lil Lang, still your favorite. We'll be back with this 6 furlong turf sprint right after this.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire for a 3rd straight year with Saratoga standouts like 26 Black.
Here's 26 Black surging by them all to win it by an
as well as Busy Morning.
Busy Morning in front, and Busy Morning wins it.
And wire-to-wire victor, Tour Jeté.
Tour Jeté all the way. Jose to score.
New York's #1 turf sire again in 2024. Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Yes, we are in October already, and we are closing in on championship weekend out on the West Coast.
Got your pumpkins? You gonna get pumpkins for the kids?
Gonna get them probably next week.
You're gonna look. They're gonna look as good as those.
They will not look.
Gonna have
very
an
good.
Ira Betts. You're gonna do that for the kids.
At carving a pumpkin, but I will try. And as I told you, I'm going to roast some pumpkin seeds.
And I would like some. I love pumpkin seeds.
Lil Lang, there's your favorite. 5-2 in this finale coming up. 6 furlong sprint on the grass. Jose Lezcano for Jorge Abreu. And let's take a look at 2 starts back on June 23rd. Just missed the final verdict, but got put up via DQ.
Right. I mean, this was his last race on the turf, and he actually ran well in the dirt last time. He's been in good form, and he got put up, legitimately so, and final verdict has been extremely good. He'd be a heavy favorite here. And I think just looking through the field overall, he just feels like he's the likeliest winner. I picked him. I don't think it's a brilliant idea, but he just seems a very logical horse, a horse that's really come around in these turf sprints. I mean, he's run well in all his turf sprints, and even held his form and ran well in the dirt last time.
There he is. He's got tactical speed as well. He's the 5-2 choice in this race to close out our Friday action. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I do really like Lil Lang in here. The more I watch him warm up, I just think that it makes a lot of sense in this spot. But taking a look at the 4, Hey Mac, it's Jack. He's a horse that does have good races on the go back and is often right there. Finished 3rd behind Twisted Filigree last time out and comes from off of it. The biggest thing is that he's just totally lost his speed. Just doesn't break well as well as he used to. And using some of that early speed back last year, he's also gotten himself very hot in here. He carries a lot of condition, and he can be a very energetic type in the preliminaries. And I'm wondering if he's maybe just lost a bit of focus. He warmed up well under Irad Ortiz. Hopefully he can keep track of what's ahead of him and focus on the task at hand and be able to get out of the gate and into the race a little bit better. The number 8, Empire Sky, you guys touched on him in the post parade, and he was a horse that just kept catching my eye back in the paddock. Thought that he actually ran okay 2 starts back, broke really slow 3 starts back, all against open company, sprinting on the grass. So now he does get to sprint on the turf against New York breds, which he has actually not done since he was running against Maiden Special Weight Company early on. Warmed up beautifully. Kendrick taking him away from the pony as he typically does. Very strong, which sometimes struggles to carry good conditioning and weight. I thought he was a little bit intriguing at a generous price with maybe some dirtied up form as he gets back on the turf today, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. See how this finale plays out. 6 furlong turf sprint. And a 16-1 shot right there. Empire Sky, as you said, with some races to go back to.
Seems like an awfully
big price.
And while the inside hasn't been the same kind of extreme advantage on the outer there's been the inner, it's still been a bit of an advantage. And the way Kendrick's riding, he seems to be laser focused on getting to the inside. I mean, is he really supposed to be this price? I mean, overall he seems a little slow, but his race 2 back behind Power Attack was okay, his last turf race.
Yeah. 79 Byron, that runner-up finish. But we'll be a little bit further back than some, including that one in the background there, Twisted Filigree. Eric Cancel back aboard. And really the only bad race was when the horse stumbled out of the gate 2 starts back.
Yeah,
it was off the turf.
I do think, though, because of his inside posts, he was forced to be more aggressive than maybe they'd like to be. Keep in mind, they took the blinkers off before that rained-off turf race. And I think with his outside post and with the 12 having speed and the 3 having speed, and knowing the way Eric rides, I'll be surprised if he's engaged with the 3 and 12 early. I think you'll see him sitting a little off him. Now, whether or not that ends up being a strategy that works for him remains to be seen. I picked him second. I do think, like the public, he's the second likeliest winner. He's the second choice.
Well, the 5's going to try and rock and roll early, too. I don't know if the horse is going to be around late at all, but that horse, Street Rod, only has one way to go, right?
I guess. We'll see if he's fast. Pace projector doesn't have him fast enough, but doesn't mean he can't be forward, though I don't see Johnny being super aggressive.
2-1 favorite. Lil Lang, the 3, with Jose Lezcano in this finale. We already have a pick 6 carryover. We know going into a super Saturday card with a couple of grade 1s for 2-year-olds on the road to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile and Juvenile Fillies. We hope you join us tomorrow for that. First things first, we close out the Friday card. Here's Chris Griffin.
Master Freud to the outside. Master Freud goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow for Your Man Alex, the early trailer. Speed at the rail, it's Volkert who's got company, and Twisted Filigree is in that early mix. Hey, Mackett's Jack wants to join them. Now we'll sit in behind a leading quartet as rushing up in between horses there. Now moving up on the outside there is Master Freud, and also right there comes the gray. That's Street Rod. So 4 of them across the course, and the trip comes from Hey Mackett's Jack, who's just tucked right in behind them, and they went 21-3 for the opening quarter mile. As they get set to move into the far turn, Little Lang is tracking from 6 towards the inside here of Eddie the Great, who is moving forward in the red silks. They are 3.5 lengths in front of Noble Huntsman, trying to rally on from the back. Final Denials under a drive, not making up ground. Empire Sky starts to warm up to the task. Second to last, Your Man Alex, and far back, Noble Journey. They reach the top of the lane, and towards the inside, it's Volkert, and right to the outside, Street Rod. But here comes Hey Mackett's Jack, who found that clear running room, and Hey Mackett's Jack has now sprinted clear. Hey Mackett's Jack, Twisted Filigree is back to second, trying to rally on. From the back, here comes Eddie the Great, almost so Noble Huntsman, but Hey Mackett's Jack is going to win the finale. Hey Mac, it's Jack, wins it. Eddie the Great up for second, then came a photo. Twisted Filigree with Noble Huntsman in 1 minute 8 and 4.
Hey Mac, it's Jack, wins by a pretty big margin here with a Rat Ortiz Jr. for Jamie Begg.
And the key to him was braking today. Today's the first time in 2024 that he's broken effectively. He broke maybe a stride slow, but really with the pack. Not the case for the favorite Lil Lang, who did not get out of the gate, therefore wasn't able to compete in what was a quick pace. But a quick pace or not, it's held together fairly well, at least for this horse. And then when Lil Lang tried to run in the stretch, he was completely and totally blocked, and Jose Lezcano ended up, not surprisingly, giving up on him. But this horse worked out a perfect trip under Irat Ortiz, and a lot of it due to the fact for the first time this year, he broke well out of the gate.
What do you think about Mentee going 0.04 seconds faster?
Probably not going to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint with that, but it's not a bad time. I mean, it does show you this time how much faster the turf courses, how much they've dried over the last couple of days. But I will say in this race, the early pace was a lot faster, 21.78. I think they went like 22 and 30 something, almost a half a second slower. Listen, Mentee was super impressive. I didn't like him today. I was wrong, and he's definitely looks like a player going forward. Todd talks about running him long. I wish him luck going long, but you never know. Maybe he's a different horse in the turf. You can see on the inside, that's the number 3 getting stopped there for Jose, and it was sort of all over at that point, and this horse was gone.
28-1 shot and a 39-1 shot, part of the top 4 in here for that superfecta. 4, 6, 10, 7. Eddie the Great, the 6 at 28-1. The 4th place finisher, Noble Huntsman, at 39-1. But it's Hey Mac, it's Jack, your winner. Third career win, 15 tries on the turf. And a 3-win Friday afternoon for Arad Ortiz Jr. Saturday, we hope you're back with us. We're on at noon Eastern tomorrow with this incredible lineup. 4 graded stakes, including those 2 grade 1s for 2-year-olds.
Yeah, looking forward to all these things. The Belmont Turf Sprint came out, competitive race. And the Frazette is super competitive without Senza Brawl. You're not going to see a potential star, but you're seeing an interesting betting race. And Chancellor McPatrick in a position where he could be the Breeders' Cup Juvenile favorite with a big performance and his 2nd grade 1 in the Champagne.
Won the grade 1 hopeful, and he'll be the one to beat in our ABR race of the week. Stretching out in the Champagne, perfect 2 for 2 now, and he'll get the outside post here with Flavien Prat for Chad Brown.
Yeah, that's a great draw for him, getting the outside, and there appears to be ample speed in here, so he should get the trip that he wants. He just have to be good enough. The question is whether it's Tip Top Thomas, Uncaged, Vekoma Rides, Executive Order. All of these horses looked impressive breaking their maidens first time out. Will 1, 2, or 3, or all 4 of them take a step forward and show that they can run competitively against a more seasoned and very talented horse in Chancellor McPatrick?
And look, it was a grade 1 win. It was a good win. He moved forward. Not one of those jaw-dropping performances, though, of some monster 2-year-olds we've seen in the past. But he did beat a horse who was considered a horse to have that kind of ability. Ferocious.
Right. Now, listen, the public got carried away, betting a horse off the wet track win at that kind of short price. And here they just love losing their money at those short prices on those horses. But he ran well, and he ran in spots. He ran like a young horse, right? Ferocious. He sort of looked like he was dropping out of the race. He came back on. This guy is good, and it's not easy to break your maiden going short, coming from way back, especially because he didn't seem to be involved in the race early. Makes another big run in the hopeful, and you don't see those kind of impressive performances from deep closers you might see with his speed. He's good, and he gets the right post, and he gets the speed in front of him. It's just a question whether not only he delivers, but whether or not one of the maiden breakers can take a step forward.
And with his running style, too, he'd love to see some pace up front. It looks like there's plenty of horses that want to be forward.
There isn't pace in this race. I give up. Probably should give up anyway, but...
Race 8, grade 1, Champagne on that road to the Breeders' Cup. Juvenile and Chancellor McPatrick trying to put together back-to-back grade 1 wins after closing out that Saratoga meet with a win in the grade 1 hopeful. We hope you join us for that coverage tomorrow. Meanwhile, the finale on this Friday card, part of a 3-win afternoon. Arad Ortiz Jr. caps it off here on Hey Mac, it's Jack, and it was all the break that was the difference today for this one.
Really was. Put him in the game. It made it much easier for him to get the kind of position he needed to win.
$12.60 for the victory. We mentioned already going into this race there was going to be a Pick 6 carryover. So we'll have that for you on Saturday as well. Pick 5, $16,892.
Nice. Pick 6, 5 paid $22,000 for 5, and there's a carryover of just under $25,000 in the Saturday's card.
Here's how it played out. When you see double digits on all 5 races, it's going to be good, and it was very good today. If you put that together, well done.
That was tough.
Nowhere to find a single.
No, that was a tough situation. I would not have been close.
We are back tomorrow again, noon Eastern start time on our Saturday coverage with 4 graded stakes, including the grade 1 Frazette and the Champagne, with hopeful winner Chancellor McPatrick in the Futurity Mentee, the full brother to Fierceness, the 2-year-old Champ and Travers winner, taking to the lawn in the Whale. What a ride from Kendrick Carmouche. La Mejana with the grade 3 Whale win. Can the Queen's MG Schuylerville and Adirondack winner handle the stretch out in the Frazette and Carson's Run, trying to take 2/3 of that Turf Triple Series on Saturday. We'll see you tomorrow.